God exists, gang. Are you allowed to say gang? I remember when gangs were like a big deal, and we had in school they would like have a class and teach us about gangs and how gangs are bad and to not join a gang. But there's one gang you should join. It's the God Gang. Christian gang. So I'm trying to make it through this book on morality and ethics. It's called To Will and To Do by Jacques Ellul. And I mainly want to read the book The Ethics of Freedom by the same author. However, he wanted to write like a 3-part series, 3-book series on ethics. And the Ethics of Freedom, that's the one I wanted to read. That's the second book in the series. And I figured, well, I should probably read the first book first, and that would probably help me interpret and evaluate the contents of the second book. Problem, though, he never wrote the third book, and he unalived, so we never get the third book. Which is unfortunate because I think he's a pretty insightful mind. Jacques Ellul, his writing can be kind of wordy. He kind of can go on and on and on and on. But he's really good at understanding, I think, the way humans think and the way humans act. What's up, Sela? Welcome, guest.
Hi.
All right. So do you accept God as your creator?
I do not.
Oh my gosh. Why not?
Why?
Well, I think God is like objectively provable. Like he's so foundational to reality that if you deny God, it's like reality kind of like doesn't make sense.
The only proof that I can see about God would be personal revelation. And I don't see how anyone else's personal revelation would be true for me.
Well, I don't believe like in a personal revelation. We believe as Christians that God reveals himself to everyone. There's natural revelation, there's special revelation, and then there'd be like you're made in God's image. That's another type of revelation too.
I'd say we made God in our image.
We made God in our image.
Yeah.
But if you take that position, then you wouldn't be able to explain the experience that we're having.
Why not?
Because like human reason and observation alone cannot explain the actual experience or reality that we're faced with. Like
if human reason alone can't be trusted with that, then can human reason and experience alone be trusted with knowing something as ineffable as God?
No, we need the aid of God to know anything. Without God, we
So
wouldn't be
you
able to
have
know
to
anything.
presuppose God just to have your belief possible, right?
Well, we all have to assume certain things.
Sure, there's axioms at the beginning of every discipline that we
Well, I
just
wouldn't
take
really
for
call it
granted.
axioms.
Sure, like point, line, and plane in math. We do it in philosophy.
Yeah, that's like a rational. That's a rationalist type system, though. Because like I think God is the necessary precondition to even have an axiom. So God would be like prior to axioms. So I'm talking like
Do you believe God is inside or outside of time, process, or being?
he's inside time.
So then how could he precede axioms?
How could he precede axioms? I don't know. Because God is like metaphysically prior to everything. He's the most foundational thing, which everything creation originates from.
Except,
He's
except
the
there was
ground.
time before him.
What? He
If you
time
said
is like
if you
one of his
said God is
attributes.
inside of time, then that means there was time before God existed.
No, like time would be just like sort of like an attribute of God.
It sounds to me like God exists as the sum total of the semantic utterances about God when we argue in this way.
Well, I'm saying he's transcendentally necessary, which means God is necessary for an intelligible experience. For us to understand the world, to have knowledge, God would be necessary.
For us to understand.
The world, yeah, to learn from our experience or to know things about the world, God is necessary. So to deny God would be to deny knowledge or the ability to learn. So that's can't it's impossible to deny that. You cannot deny knowledge.
But I can deny that God is necessary for me to have knowledge.
Well, you can, but then you'd have to present like a coherent, like a system or model of reality that could explain how it would be possible for you to have knowledge, and no one can do that except for Christians.
Well, I mean, even Descartes was like, by book 3, just dipped out and said God wouldn't allow us to be deceived, right?
True.
So, yeah, I think it's a weak argument. But I have to dip. Thank you for letting me up.
You're welcome. I wish you well.
You too.
Oh crap. Tag is a very weak argument. Yeah, right. How come I've never lost a debate with it then if it's so weak? And where are all the badass atheists?
Hey, how's it going?
Debate. Hey, it's going well.
Not much.
Oh yeah, I
So I
know
was
you're
listening to the tail end of that.
okay. Did you have any thoughts on?
Well, I am curious about one thing because, there's a lot of people who talk about the burden of proof, right?
Okay.
Prove to me, well, actually, I should say prove to yourself and to everyone here that I am not God. That, like, me, the person speaking to you right now, well, the entity speaking to you. How do you know I'm not God? Do you have any way to
Because
prove that I'm not God?
the Bible is true, right? Like you
Yes,
can't
absolutely. Yes, correct.
deny the Bible, right? So if the Bible's true,
Oh,
then
hold on. I want to clarify. I'm not denying the Bible. So to try not to put
well,
words in my mouth or assume. Ask me questions and let me answer them. No, I do not deny the Bible. The Bible is absolutely true. In fact, it is my divine word. I am God. Now go on, but try not to get ahead of me and assume things. Ask me a question. Let me answer it.
well, I'm not really interested in that, but like you would be contradicting yourself, right? Because if the Bible's
How
true,
so? How
because if the
so?
Bible's true, then you're not God.
How's that? How's that work?
Well, in the Bible, God is Jesus, the Father, and the Holy Spirit.
That's correct. That's me. Prove it otherwise. Because
Well,
right now you're just saying that I'm not Jesus,
I'm not. I
the Father, and
mean,
the Holy Spirit. I am Jesus, the Father, and the Holy
yeah, but
Spirit.
you're
So
not.
saying that God is Jesus, the Father, and the Holy Spirit is in no way proof that I am not also those things speaking to you right now. I am Jesus. I am the Father. I am the Holy
The
Spirit. I
logic.
am God.
It's a logical contradiction, right?
Explain. Take your time.
Yeah, like there's a P and not P. Like,
So you're saying that God cannot have a voice? God cannot speak? Is that what your claim is? Because I didn't put
yeah,
that in the Bible anywhere. In
but the
fact, I spoke many times. Do you know one time I appeared to a dude as a burning bush? Did you know I did that? So you're
okay.
saying I
Well, I'm
can't
looking to
appear
talk
as
to
a voice on
rational.
TikTok?
I'm looking to talk to rational people.
So
So
what you're saying is you can't prove it. You cannot prove I am not
thanks for
God.
coming. I'm looking to talk to
Okay,
rational
no
people.
problem. No problem. You have a good one.
I wish you well.
I
Hey, Miss Bob.
Hey, Precept, how are you doing today?
I'm doing well.
Oh, that's good, that's good.
So we're getting some people today. Welcome, guest. Do you accept God as your creator?
No,
Why not?
because it's not logical at all.
It's not logical at all. But I would say like God is necessary for logic. Like how would you explain logic without God?
It's done all the time.
It's done all the time. How do you prove logic? How would you ground logic, I should say?
Something that could be measured and repeated over and over.
That's
End
science.
result.
But that's science.
Yep.
So God has certain like or I was gonna say logic has certain properties and attributes that are traditionally associated with what we think of as the divine, right? Like logic is eternal, universal, unchanging. It's immaterial. And so like how would you explain object with that sort of those attributes set if there was no God with those similar attributes to ground that thing?
You don't have to include God in anything you're talking about to prove anything, actually.
Yeah, because logic has qualities that don't exist in the natural world. Like we don't find anything universal in the natural world or unchanging or eternal.
If it's logical, it exists. God doesn't have any properties.
What?
Can't be measured.
No, God does have properties. God's eternal. He's immaterial. He's
Where's he at?
He's a little. We would say he's immanent, which means he's sort of like everywhere at the
I
same
mean,
time.
sounds like he doesn't exist to me.
No, he's the most existing thing that does exist. Like he's the realest thing that's real.
Why do you have to put on your live that God exists?
Because
Everybody
there's
has to
all.
say he exists. You don't have to say mustard exists.
Well, yeah, there's this like fantasy going around that like it's possible to live in a world without God. That's just not the case, right? So I'm just here to like educate people that God's actually it's real, it's actual, and it's necessary. You like can't deny God.
And I've been living 35 years without a God.
No, God's always God is necessary for you to like your whole.
How so?
Like any fact, God's gonna be necessary. Like when you brush your teeth, right? You squeeze
No,
the tooth. You don't brush your teeth.
I do, but
Well,
God doesn't have anything to do with it.
sure he does. when you squeeze the toothpaste tube, you expect the toothpaste to come out and go on your brush, right?
Yeah, but God has nothing to do with that.
Sure he does, because
How does he?
well, that is a type of order in the world. It's called the uniformity of nature. So you're projecting into the future that when you squeeze the tube, the toothpaste will come out. But you would have no reason or explanation to think that's like going to happen in a world without a God. Because in a world without a God, there'd be no order. Things would be random, and you wouldn't expect there to be like order in the world like that. But you do expect there to be order in the world. So
You're just inserting God into a tube of toothpaste. Does it make it so?
no, I'm saying you believe in the order, right? When you squeeze when you brush your teeth, that proves you believe there's order in the world, and only God can
There's
explain
order.
that order. There's no human reason and observation could never explain that order. The natural world couldn't explain the order.
Yeah, it does. You wouldn't expect a toothpaste to not come out of a tube of toothpaste if you squeezed it.
There'd be nothing. There'd be no intention or design to the world, so it would just be random. And if everything's random, you're in a chance of world. There's no reason to think that like when you squeeze the tube, the toothpaste will come out, because things just happen for no rhyme or reason. There's no order in that world, right?
Yeah,
But
there's a reason for it.
You believe in the world with order, so you believe in the God world.
If that tube of toothpaste didn't have a hole in the end, it wouldn't come out.
Since you believe since you believe in this order in the world, and only God can explain the order, you're contradicting yourself.
God hasn't explained anything.
Yeah, he does. Through God's divine providence, we know that nature will have regularities and irregularities, right? So that we can like brush our teeth. If you deny that, then you'd be contradicting yourself when you go to brush your teeth or to like really do anything, right? Because this type of reasoning, we use it all the time. It's called inductive reasoning. Only the God world would make sense of how we reason. The non-God world, it can't make sense of that. So that
Get real, dude. A tube of toothpaste has nothing to do with God. Okay, move along.
Okay. All right. Well, I don't know. Maybe like an emotional argument, since like logic and reason doesn't seem to be interesting to you.
Yeah, because God is illogical.
Well, what's logical about atheism? How's that logical?
We're all born atheists until someone brainwashes us into believing a fairy tale.
I think atheism is irrational. Do you disagree?
No.
You think atheism is irrational?
It's rational.
Oh, what's the rationale for atheism?
Because all religions are illogical, and they've been proven false time and time again.
All religions could be false, but that doesn't make atheism true. So that doesn't follow. That's not a rationale. So do you have a rationale for atheism?
It's rational.
Okay. Well, I'm looking to talk to rational people, so I think I'm going to have to move on to the next guest, because you
talking about a tube of fucking toothpaste is very irrational in terms of God trying to prove it.
Well, I gave you a proof, and you just have an emotional response.
You can't prove God by using a tube of toothpaste.
Well, I just did, and then you ignored it because you're not being rational.
No, you're full of shit, dude. Full of shit.
I'm not full of shit.
Yeah, you're full of shit.
I'm not, dude.
Yeah, you certainly are.
Do you know that Christianity offers a path to healing and redemption for those
No, it
burdened by
doesn't.
guilt or regret. Do you have guilt or regret, sir?
Christianity is a mental illness, dude.
No, it's an amazing
No,
reality
it's not.
where we live in this world that God designed, intended for us, and He loves
Why
us
does
so
the
much.
sun give us cancer then? No, that's so perfect.
Well, the sun gives us cancer because Adam and Eve ate an apple.
Oh, that's real logical, isn't it?
Well, what do you think it just evolved that way?
Yeah, it sure did. It wasn't because of a fucking apple.
Well, how is that better?
Makes the most sense.
If we're just supposed to have, that means you're just supposed to have cancer in your system.
We all do. It gets activated.
Yeah, but in my system, cancer is unnatural. It's not supposed to be. The world's not supposed to be like that.
Yeah, why did God make it like that then?
He didn't. God made things perfect, and we rebelled against God. And as a result of our rebellion, God temporarily allows for unpleasant things to happen. So we learn not to love the world and turn towards God. Repent and turn
Like
towards
babies
God.
with cancer. That's real lovely.
Aren't you worried about when you unalive, you'll be eternally separated from God?
No, I'm not afraid at all of
I'm not
death.
afraid at all. Okay. Well, in Christianity,
If you're scared, go to church.
yeah. It seems like you're scared to believe the truth, though. Because I
The
don't.
truth is that when we die, we rot, decompose. We don't go anywhere. That's illogical.
I don't. But you have no rationale for this position. Like that's the thing. It's like you just. It's your whole thing is
You ever read
emotional.
funeral?
Why do you want this to be true? Like, wouldn't you rather be able to go to
No.
heaven and be with like your loved ones?
No, they're not in heaven either. They're in the ground, rotting
But you have no reason to
right
think
now.
that's true. But you have no reason to think that's true.
Yeah, because I watched them put them in the ground.
Sure, but as Christians, right, when we pass on, we're born to eternal life. Because Jesus
No,
defeated
right.
death on the cross. Yeah, Jesus defeated death.
Right when we're born, a clock starts, and then we die when we die.
But then there's
Life and death, that's all there is.
but then there's no point or hope. There's no meaning to anything or no purpose. Isn't that like you want to be like a nihilist, solipsist, hard determinist? Like that's ridiculous.
I'd rather be like that than worship anything, really. I'm not a worshiper. I do my own thing.
Do your own thing.
Not getting on my knees for anyone.
All right. Well, hopefully that works out for you.
It will.
Okay. Well, if you ever need help in life, just remember Jesus is there for you. So I
No,
wish
he's
you
not.
well. Okay. I wish you well. Oh, like a real cheery guy. That guy.
Yo, that dude was hard to take seriously.
Yeah.
It sounded like he was smoking a cigarette as he was trying to he wasn't even trying to debate, honestly.
If you believe in God, you might be a redneck. Welcome,
Hello?
Ali. Welcome.
Well, I heard you say cancer was the fault of Adam and Eve.
Correct. Cancer is unnatural. It's not a part of God's design. It's a result of our rebellion.
But dinosaurs had cancer.
So what?
Dinosaurs predate humans.
Well, not in Christianity. That's only
You
if you
believe humans lived with dinosaurs?
It's only if you believe the lies of big paleontology.
Wait, so can I just get a direct answer? Do you believe humans lived with dinosaurs?
Yes.
Okay,
It's
well,
like,
I'm looking to
it's like
talk
the
to rational people,
Flintstones.
so
Have
you
you ever
have a
seen
good
the
day.
Flintstones? Yeah. Like, how is believing the Earth 4.5 billion years old? That's rational. Give me a break.
That's a good point.
The human mind can't even comprehend that number. It's like so astronomically large.
Morning, guys.
Good morning. Are you 18 or over?
I'm 42.
Well, that counts.
Does it? Thank
Yeah,
goodness.
that's old enough.
Yeah, I was born in the 1900s.
Yeah.
How you guys
Awesome.
feeling? I'm an atheist.
Oh no,
I know.
we need to save you.
Oh, please don't. No, thank you. One, I wanted to be clear. Which God are you talking about?
The Christian God.
Okay, another question. Do you believe any other gods are real?
No,
Okay, so you are also atheist.
no. Just because I mean, I'm a theist, right? Like I believe in God. I
You
believe
believe in
Christian.
one.
Yeah,
You only believe in one.
that's all
So
you have to
you are
believe
an
in to be.
atheist
No.
of one more, you are an atheist of one less God than
Oh
me.
my gosh. So you're just changing an atheist is someone who does not believe in God or gods. And a theist
No.
is someone who believes in God
Why
or
don't you
God.
believe in the other gods?
Or actually, because if Christianity is true, the other gods would not be true, right? Because there can only be like one metaphysical reality.
Okay, would you like me to talk to you based only on Christianity? Would that be better?
Well, I don't care, but sure, but like the Earth can't exist and not exist at the same time, right?
I'm sorry, what is the relevance of that question?
It's answering your question. Like, so Christianity can't be true and Islam is true because they contradict each other.
They don't.
So
They're all of the same tribes.
no, they
Yes.
contradict each other. You don't know what you're talking about. Yes, they do. You don't know what
Well,
you're talking
would
about.
you like me to speak to you based only on Christianity?
I don't care. You can do what you want. Sure.
Okay. So when you say you are a Christian, you go by the Bible. Do you go by the Bible completely? Or do
Yeah.
you look at the Bible and say, well, during that particular time, these were the laws, this was accepted, we know this is different now, so we go by these, and you still try to apply the Bible to your life today?
Not really. Are you saying do I follow the Old Testament laws? Are you asking me that? No, I don't.
Well,
I'm a Christian.
the reason why the Holy Bible is written with both Old and New Testaments, okay, granted, we're missing some books, is because it's meant to be read in its
Missing books?
entirety. We are missing books.
No, we're not missing any books.
Yes, we are.
Dude, stop.
Okay, so
We're
when
not
you
missing
actually
any books.
look up,
Stop
hold on.
BSing me.
Hold on. When you look up the history of our Christian Bible, you will
No,
understand that we
we're
have.
not doing this. No. The Bible is 98% accurate, right? The Bible's very accurate, very studied, very peer reviewed. It's not missing any books. There's no issues
five
with the
books
history of the
missing.
Bible. We're not
Same with
talking
the Old
about that.
Testament, there are books missing.
We're not talking about that, okay?
We're talking about the incongruency of it, yes. Because if
No.
you're going to talk about Christianity, you have to talk about
No,
Christianity.
I'm not discussing the history of the Bible with a low information TikTok person, okay? That's not the
It's not a
subject,
low
right?
information.
I'm
You can look it up
I'm
yourself.
here to prove Christianity's true and
Okay.
atheism is irrational, okay? This is what the
Can't
live
prove
is about.
Christianity is true, can you? Because if you're going by the teachings of Jesus,
I
what
literally
Jesus
sit
said
here day
directly
after
in the
day. You're not
Bible.
even listening to what I'm saying.
Hold on, let me mute myself.
I sit here day after day objectively proving Christianity over and over and over again. It's very easy to demonstrate Christianity is objectively provable.
Okay. When Jesus said he came down not to change the law, and not an iota of the law will be changed until all is done, how is that meant?
That's explained in Romans 13.
Okay. And when Jesus lets the Canaanite woman know that he speaks to his people and not to hers, what exactly does he mean?
We're not doing a Bible study.
It's not a Bible study. You can't prove that Christianity is true
Yes,
without
I
proving that
can.
Judaism is true first.
You have no idea what you're talking about. So we prove
Jesus is not
Christianity.
here to change any of the law, as is
Yeah.
stated in the
And
Bible
what does it say in
directly.
Romans 13? It says
Why
love
don't you read it to
fulfills.
me, since you're telling me I'm wrong? Correct me.
The Bible says Jesus
Re-educate me.
Jesus is the fulfillment of the law, right? So what does that mean in
No,
Romans
Jesus
13?
is the fulfillment of the prophecy. The law is the word, and Jesus is carrying the word. I need you to read it correctly.
I'm about ready to kick you. According to Matthew 5:17, Jesus came to fulfill the law, not to abolish it, right? So Jesus fulfills
Why
the
don't you
law.
read the original text? Because I'm pretty
Thanks for
sure you read
coming.
the
Thanks for
NIV.
coming.
What
Jeez.
the fuck is she talking about, dude?
I don't know. We have to wish her well. We have to pray for her. She needs lots of prayers.
Okay, that's true. That's true.
Good morning.
Good
How you
morning.
doing?
Doing great.
Hey,
Being
man.
gaslit by people that hate Jesus. It's awesome.
Well, I'll try my best not to gaslight you. I'm just going to give you some information on the history of why I think that the Abrahamic God, at the very least, doesn't exist. Are you familiar with the Ugaritic texts? Would be my first question.
Well, you kind of need to demonstrate that. Well, I think atheism is irrational, right?
Okay, let's start from there then. So I think that Christianity is rational because the God that's described in the Bible was stolen from previous religions. It didn't originate with Christianity, and I can prove that as kind of where I'm trying to go here.
Before we talk about what's rational or not rational, you're gonna have to explain or ground rationality in a world without a God. Good luck.
Yeah, okay. So we view natural forces all the time, right? Whether they be quantum all the way up to kinetic forces. These forces are easily documented and described. Anytime we see any action take place in the universe, it adheres to these laws that we've been able to document, right? So there doesn't seem to need to be or be any evidence of a God outside of these natural principles. And if you want to call those God, that's very different than what's described in Christianity as someone who's confirmed Catholic.
That's okay. So when we're talking about grounding, you're gonna have to describe what exists that would explain how rationality exists in the world.
So what would you describe rationality as, just to make sure I'm getting to the right point? What would your specific definition be?
Correct thinking about the world.
Correct thinking about the world. So let's say, for example, knowing that it'd be a bad idea to jump out a window on the 12th story. It would be irrational to jump out a window on the 12th story. Why do you know not to do that? Well, we can study gravity, right? And we can study subatomic particles that cause gravity to exist and see, oh, that will pull me down at a really high speed and bad things will happen. I didn't need a God involved to use those naturally occurring laws in a rational way, right?
No, you do. Because
Okay.
human reason and observation, unaided by God, is not enough to make the law of gravity intelligible. You wouldn't be able to explain anything.
That doesn't make any sense. Could you explain it in a way that's a little bit better?
So let's say we all we have to rely on is our observation, and we're gonna have to explain things, right?
Sure.
It's gonna be a huge problem because each sense data we get is unique, right? There's no unity in our worldview. There's no similar.
There is
We
unity.
never.
That's why we have rulers. That's why we have we have scales to weigh things on. Right? There's lots of unity.
No, there's not, because so like I have one sense data of like I smelled the spaghetti, and then I have another sense data of I taste the spaghetti, right? So that's two. Those are separate sense data. Those are separate experiences and separate perceptions, right?
Yeah.
But both those perceptions are referring to the same thing, the same identity, the spaghetti, right? That I'm eating. Okay. But we never observe the similarity between the perceptions. Like, you're just assuming that the identity of the spaghetti that you smell is the same identity of the spaghetti that you taste. There's nothing connecting those perceptions together without God.
So you smell that smell, and then you eat spaghetti for the first time, and from that point forward, your brain associates that smell with that taste. It's a commonly studied phenomenon.
You don't observe the similarity between the perceptions.
Yeah, you do.
No, you don't. You don't know what you're talking about.
Your brain makes conscious comparisons.
But I'm looking to talk to
stimuli all the
rational
time.
people, and you don't know what you're talking about.
Well, it seems like you're getting upset because I'm answering all your questions, and I haven't even gotten to talk about the.
You're responding
of your religion.
incorrectly. That's not an answer.
I'm responding
That's
incorrectly.
a lie.
You hear that?
You're
chat?
lying.
The guy that believes in Flintstones says I'm responding incorrectly. My bad, man.
No.
My bad.
How do you observe? Based on observation alone? How do you know that?
Rational on me, guys. Hold on.
How do you know? How would you know based on observation that the same, the spaghetti that you smell is the same as the spaghetti that you taste? Where do you observe the similarity?
Right. So that's a good question. And I think the way that we do that is using a third sense, right? Our sight. We're watching the spaghetti that we're smelling.
That's not an answer to my question. There's no way to answer this. Admit that you are wrong.
So I just answered it 3 different ways. So I'm going to use the rest of my
All right,
time.
I'm going to
until you
move
kick
on
me
to a
this,
rational person. Thanks for coming. I wish you well. Ugh. These people, dude. Just lie. Oh, I'll just lie, because debate's about lying. No, debate isn't about coming up here and lying to me, okay? That's not a debate. You're not allowed to just say anything that's, like, obviously not true. What the hell's wrong with people? I've been looking at a way to, like, dumb that down. I think he just probably didn't even understand what I was saying, if I'm going to be charitable.
Yeah, I don't think he understood.
Human observation and reason alone, it doesn't, there's nothing in our observation that connects the senses together. We don't observe the connection between the sense data. So we would just, every sense data would be unique, and there'd be nothing connecting the sense data to each other. And that means you can't group your sense data. And if you can't group your sense data, you can't identify your sense data. And if you can't identify your sense data, then you can't speak in any meaningful or, like, true sense. And so therefore, without God and unity, there's no connection between perception. Without connection between perception, then you can't explain anything. Nothing would make sense. Human observation and reason alone is not enough to get to explain how we can even, like, communicate and talk to each other. We need the aid of God. There's, like, no way out of this. There's nothing, there's no answer you guys can give me. You're screwed.
Hey, man, how's it going?
Welcome. Your mic's kind of low.
Oh, my fault. I was away from my mic. I really just wanted to take like 30 seconds to it because I follow you. I've been watching you for probably like 2 weeks now. The TikTok jot dude, I think that there's a lot of points that, like, maybe sometimes the guys, they do come off as irrational. So you get somewhat frustrated and don't ultimately end up debunking their arguments. As far as like the whole like dinosaurs and people coexisting, that there's a hell of evidence besides just like quoting the Bible. And then a lot of like, because I do TikTok lives and do the same thing, and I had to stop talking about God on my TikTok lives purely because I felt like I wasn't intellectually inclined enough to relate to people who I felt like weren't on the same intellectual level as me. And I just kind of like I would get frustrated and just like deem them ignorant and kind of kick them the same way that you were doing. And I felt like at some point it's almost doing them an injustice and your lives an injustice. Are you familiar with the concept of entropy?
Slightly. I'm not really into science, or so like the stream is about the transcendental argument for God, right?
Yeah, and I fully understand that. And when people go to, they specifically want to debunk the Christianic, the Abrahamic version of God. I understand how that's just intellectually dishonest because the life has nothing to do with that. I understand how the one lady, she was just yapping and wanted to hear herself talk. She has no idea about, and I love it when people start to bring up that the Bible is incomplete and just start yapping. So I completely understand why you got frustrated with her. One of my biggest arguments or talking points that I like to debunk against scientists, because that's the majority of people who are going to come up and talk to you are scientists. The TikTok Rob guy, one of his very first TikTok video that he posted has something to do with the Last Supper. Yet and behold, he's atheist. So these are the people that you got to remember that we're dealing with, people that actually hate God. And they're not willing to have a good faith conversation because that their minds are already made up. So just like sometimes taking 2 seconds to go look at their videos, or like these people are actually crazy. But the concept of entropy is basically science has proved that all matter is moving towards a state of disorder, right? So basically the world, the universe, everything in existence is moving towards a state of chaos as we speak. And if the earth was a billion years old, we would already, the whole matter itself would already be in a state of entropy, and nothing would be able to exist. So a 4 billion year earth just doesn't make sense based off of the laws of entropy alone. And science, because I believe in God, I think science is one of the biggest advocates for God. And I think that science points to a creator opposed to debunking a creator. And I think that once you like, I'm not no scientist at all, bro. My name is Hood Bible. I'm really actually from the hood. But when you like start to look into science and be able to communicate with other people who that's really their only faith and religion is science, and you can just point out little things in science that debunk the idea of no God, it just makes having conversations with these people just so much better, I feel like. And I leave like sometimes like again I had to stop doing lives just because I felt like I was becoming ignorant or I was being rude, and nothing I was doing was of Jesus's teachings, and I felt like I was almost just doing it for myself. So I would just say, bro, just look into some of the scientific arguments. You can Google a lot of the stuff. And yeah, science points towards a creator. I don't mean to take up so much time in your live, boss.
All right, thanks for coming. Yeah, I don't think, I think we disagree at a foundational level. And so if I'm just going to make scientific arguments, I don't think that's going to get anywhere, because that if we disagree about what's possible or impossible, we have to deal with that. So just talking about evidences, I don't think the debate is about like, let's throw evidences at each other, and then whoever has the most evidences wins the debate. Like, because we disagree foundationally about like, I think God's necessary for evidence, right? They don't. That's where we disagree. So they're evaluating and interpreting all evidence with this background information that nothing supernatural is real. And so unless we deal with that background information and show them that if you're going to take this position that nothing supernatural exists, or there can be no evidence of the supernatural, you collapse your worldview. Now there can be no evidence of anything. And so I think that's where the debate has to take place. We both have a bias. I'm biased towards Christianity. I'm open. I'll admit my bias. They don't want to admit their bias. They have a bias against Christianity. So They pretend that they're neutral, but they're not. Everyone has a bias. They are not neutral. They hate Jesus. If they didn't hate Jesus, they would accept the evidence for him. It's that simple. So I'm just trying to make them aware that they're not neutral and that they hate Jesus. That's it. That's all I'm trying to do. If they believe or don't believe, I don't care. Welcome, guest.
Hello. How are y'all?
I'm doing well. Are you an adult?
Yeah, I'm 21.
Okay.
Doesn't sound like it, I know.
Go ahead.
I'm actually a basic applied scientist. So I do a lot of science, but I'm still very religious, and I will explain why. Because essentially, I know every body process, body function, down to the cell nucleus. And there's nothing in science that proves or shows why our bodies even create the processes we do or do the processes we do. There's no, evidence to consciousness or why you like something and someone else doesn't, which is why I really truly believe in Christianity and every religion. I think that they're all interpretations, and Christianity is mythology, and theology is the study of stories, or mythology, excuse me. And technically, the Bible is a story. It was written by people who had firsthand accounts, quote unquote, or experiences of God. They're I forget the word for them. They're, disciples. So it's not that Christianity isn't true. I think it is. Jesus was accurately a real person. And I was looking this up last night because I constantly question why it's not true. That's the reason why I still, find hope in it. And I think that's something you should do. And if you, in your heart and mind, truly believe that it is true, why not trust yourself, but then explore why it can't be true? I feel like that, if you were to relate your thoughts to science, it would give you an even, more sure attitude or thoughts about Christianity, because I think science goes to a certain point.
Science has issues. Are you familiar with the underdetermination of data?
What is that? I don't think that's true. I don't think that's a thing I've ever learned about.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That'd be more relating to statistics.
People are so indoctrinated into science that they have no idea about the criticisms of science. Like, science doesn't prove.
Well, wasn't
anything.
Christianity and science essentially started at the same time? So
I don't know. I mean, I think science is credited to what, Francis Bacon?
Humans, right? But isn't religion accredited to humans also?
Oh my God!
I mean, humans created religion.
You're a very insufferable person.
Humans created religion.
It's very difficult to talk to you.
Okay. What can I make it? How can I make it easier for you to understand?
Science has a problem. I'm not here to learn from you. Okay. I know a lot.
I know. I got that from every other person you've talked to. I already know that. Yeah, I'm not trying to teach you anything.
Like to read.
What I'm trying to know is why you don't think that science is made by God, right? Why don't you believe that science?
I can't talk to you.
Further.
You keep blabbering.
Yeah, because what you're saying
blah,
is
blah, 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 blah. I can't
truth.
even say anything.
You're really telling others. This is a debate.
Very rude. Okay,
I don't
thank you for coming.
It's the truth. Well. You're a bitch.
I wish you well. Oh my God. I couldn't. Did she even let me say anything?
Yeah, I don't think she's a Christian.
No, of course she's not. I let her go blah, blah, blah. I let her talk for like minutes. Go blah, blah, blah. And she was just saying a bunch of nonsense. And I let her go on. And then when it's my turn to talk now, I'd even interrupt her to even get a word in. And she wouldn't even let me talk. You're very emotional, ma'am. And you don't know what you're talking about. I'll have a conversation with you if you can in the future act more mature and come back up here. We can have a conversation about this. But like, you're not even letting me talk. Calm down. Good Lord.
Hey, good afternoon, man.
Welcome.
I know that things have been quite tense, so I obviously want to allow you time to speak and vice versa. Just have a calm conversation, you know?
I mean, it's not a big deal. It's just like really frustrating. Everyone is being like this. Like, good Lord.
Yeah, I understand. I guess we can kind of start this off with, I'm an adult, by the way, just so we can get that
Right.
question out of the way. Kind of, what is your understanding of what being atheist or agnostic is?
Well, it's not my understanding. If we look at the philosophy of religion, there's literature that will explain what these things are. So theism is a proposition. A proposition is a sentence that bears truth. So theism is the proposition that there is a God or gods.
Okay.
So atheism, given that theism is a proposition, atheism is therefore a proposition, which is a statement that bears truth. So atheism is there is no God or gods. Agnosticism is the position where you say, I'm neutral, that I don't make a judgment about if there's gods or if there is not gods.
Yeah, so kind of bouncing off what you're saying there, whenever you make a claim to something, there's obviously a burden of proof. So, for example, if someone said there is no
No.
God, then they would, need to provide evidence for that, the same way that if you claim there
No.
is a God, you must provide evidence.
No.
Yes,
You can
if you make a claim, there's a burden of evidence.
Making a claim doesn't put a burden of proof on you. So the burden of proof is on the person who wants the other person to believe their position.
Okay, so
That's only when there's a
let's use a
burden.
metaphor like if I said there was a unicorn that walked down the street, you wouldn't be entitled to believe me unless I provided you with evidence.
I'm not sure what you're saying. I don't really understand. So I'd only have.
You wouldn't believe that claim, right?
Sure. Yeah, I wouldn't believe your claim.
I'm just saying that we need to, in order to believe something, you need evidence based off of it. And obviously, there's arguments on both sides. And there's a wide spectrum of people that are either atheist or agnostic. And I do agree with you that, of course, there's people that are going to be biased and have hardships with religion. But you'll find that most people really just aren't convinced by it.
Okay.
Because there are so many religions. So what makes what makes Christianity your true religion comparatively to Islam or Judaism, which Judaism is the foundation for Christianity?
Because like Judaism, Allah is a deceiver. And so if you have a God that lies, then that would destroy truth in your system.
So in other religions where they say if you believe in Jesus, you're going to their hell, you see how it's like they both kind of make the same point, but you don't really know which one to believe.
What? No,
Middle Eastern religions.
We know Christianity is true, right? We objectively prove Christianity is true because the attributes of Christianity, the Christian worldview, are unique. No other religion has those attributes, and they're indispensable, meaning they're necessary for intelligible experience. Like it's necessary that you breathe air. That's how necessary Christianity is.
I think, is this conversation kind of leading to like the moral set that comes out of Christianity? Like in order to have a moral set. Sorry?
No.
Okay, so could you kind of redefine your argument there?
The argument is like a challenge. It's called a transcendental challenge, and it's saying that your model of reality has to provide a grounding for things like rationality or the order in the world.
Okay. So kind of what you're saying, and correct me if I'm wrong, is you're saying the Bible does provide a certain structure for a worldview and an understanding of how we came about and how we are now, and to explain various things.
Yeah, and you can't rationally deny it that because it's all the other worldviews destroy knowledge at a foundational level. So it's a necessarily true.
What do you mean they destroy things at a foundational level? What destroys things at a foundational level?
So in Christianity, because we start with the assumption that like there's this God who designs the
Mhm.
world, designs us, reveals himself to us. We start with our mind connected to the objects of knowledge. Whereas like if you deny the creator creature distinction or you don't accept it, then your system would start with the human mind and not we start with the mind of God in our system. And
Okay, so you're kind of. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
if you start with the human mind, you get trapped in the human mind where you couldn't like prove other minds were real or that the external world was real.
Okay, so it's kind of like a ground. It's kind of a ground up instead of working backward. That's kind of what you're describing.
Ground up instead of top down. Yeah, a ground
Yeah.
up model is impossible. Yeah.
So I would say that, I mean, people do make the argument that to some extent you could say science and religion are actually both bottom to top. Whenever we do things through science, we do things to have a fundamental understanding of where things come from, how they began, and the functions from start to finish. So again, kind of like atheism and being agnostic is just we're simply not convinced because the evidence for a God is very contradictive. Take for example, it's a very a geographical and cultural thing. For example, India has a dominant religion. Asia had dominant religions, and they all truly believed that their gods were real gods. The same way that your God originates from the Middle East and the Israelites are his chosen people. It's the same concept as these other religions, and they all don't have that, they don't meet that burden of proof to make the claim that God is true. Because what would you say? Because I don't know your history or anything like that. I'm not going to pretend to assume so. What do you think is indisputable evidence for God?
Well, I think God's necessary for proof. So you're talking about proving something's true. Well, you've already made a determination that proof is possible without reference to God, or proof there can be proof independent of God existing. And I don't agree with
Well,
that. I think God's necessary.
that's actually a major fallacy. You can't say in order to prove something you need God, because then you create a loophole that is outside of the
It's
question.
not a fallacy. It's a transcendental argument.
Yes.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Which is a fallacy.
What
So
fallacy is it?
can I ask you a quick question about, just so I
Okay, when you
understand you
said I
better,
committed
did
a
you grow up in
fallacy,
religion?
when you said I committed a fallacy, you were lying and bullshitting.
It's not a lie, because if you
What's the
say,
fallacy?
I'm explaining to you. If I ask you a question and I say, what is indisputable evidence for God? Can you provide proof? And then you say, well, the proof of God is God. You can't just say it's proof because it's proof.
Are you accusing me of circular reasoning?
That, I mean, at the end of the day, are you saying that God is proof for God, which you have to provide the evidence to support that God exists before you can even establish that there is a God to prove his own existence? So I'm asking you, what is your proof of existence for God? It's just a simple question. Let's not overcomplicate it.
I'm saying God revealed himself in reality, okay? And
Okay.
if you deny that revelation, you will be reduced to an absurdity, because that revelation is a necessary foundation for proving anything is true. So if you deny the revelation, you can't prove anything. Therefore, due to the impossibility of the contrary, the revelation is necessarily true.
Okay, so what is your evidence for God? Though it's just let's just focus on like a middle ground. What is your evidence for God? I don't want to overcomplicate the
God
discussion.
revealed himself, and that
How?
revelation is impossible to deny because it's the
How did he
necessary
reveal himself?
foundation for proof.
How did
Anything.
he reveal himself? I'm just
God
wondering how
revealed
he revealed himself.
himself in the fact that, like, causality, right? Do you believe in cause and effect?
Okay, I see where you're going, because I think you're going with, okay, he revealed himself through creation because he is the creator. Creation is evidence of God.
He revealed himself through creation. He revealed himself through the prophets, through Christ, the Bible, through the fact that we're made in the image of God, and yeah, through like the causal order, the conceptual order, the natural order.
How old do you believe the Earth is? Based on, have you read the full Bible?
No, I haven't read the full Bible. I think
How much of the Bible have you read? Just curious.
I don't know.
We don't gotta like be super specific. Have you read Old Testament, New Testament?
I've read like
anywhere in between.
The Gospels, most of the epistles, like Genesis.
Are you aware that the Gospels weren't actually written by, like, so the name of the book, for example?
We're not
just let's like throw one out there.
No, you're not educating me about who wrote the Bible. We're not doing that.
Okay, well then we'll stray away from that because obviously we all understand like it's passed on, hearsay tradition. That's how most religions
Thanks for
flourish.
coming. I wish
so we
you
can
well.
we can put that argument aside.
Good. So frustrating. They all want to do their, do you know who wrote the Bible? Do you know the Bible's the most peer-reviewed book? Do you know that we have thousands of documents to compare manuscripts, and it's 98% accurate? Fucking God.
I mean, it says request if you are atheist or agnostic. This is like debate live. I mean, it doesn't specifically say come debate the Bible.
Yeah, I'm not. This isn't. We're not debating like the history of the Bible, who wrote the Bible. It's not a Bible study. God.
Right, I don't know why they come up with this.
I'm just not convinced.
I really think that they're convinced them like questioning the Bible is like a defeater for Christianity.
They hate God, so they won't, like, I'm here to prove the Bible's true, right? Do they want to deal with what I'm presenting? Never. Because they hate God. They don't. If you can prove, let's say I had, I don't know, a rocks. I mean, I do. So I don't. It's not even like a hypothetical. So yeah, I have rock solid proof. Christianity is true, but they don't care. So it doesn't matter. You could say anything to these people. Like, God could appear and slap them in the face, and they will just say that they hallucinated it. Like, nothing will convince them because they don't want it to be true. They hate God, and so they're just gonna. Their life will be a fantasy as a result. I guess that's what they want. So, you're welcome.
Hello. I've been studying ancient India ISKCON, which isn't a religion per se, but it's more like a spirituality teaching of the gurus that go there. So they say all religions are correct. God in every culture is the same person.
Are you an adult?
Yeah, I'm 21. 2008. Okay. Yeah. So it's the same person. So I wanted to say that people who are asking if God exists or not is in a state of materialistic values. They're chained here. You can't really convince people if God exists or not because they're not ready to learn that truth. Not in this lifetime, at least. Because they're too focused on science, but science cannot prove what's outside of this world. Because it is proven that there's something outside of this universe.
They're in like a scientific cult where they've been indoctrinated because they don't even. No one, they all talk about, well, science gives us the evidence and the truth, but they don't even know the criticisms of science at all.
Saying that you need science to prove that God exists is subjecting God to our materialistic rules on this planet. When God is all-powerful and all-knowing, he does not need to prove himself with science.
I bet even if they did come out with some scientific evidence tomorrow that God existed, they're just gonna like say it's a funded. The study was funded by a Christian, so therefore it's not true. You know, they'll come up with any excuse to not believe in God because it's not about the truth. It's about
Their
anything.
freedom. Then they'd have to actually own up to what they've been doing and own up to karmic cycles. That's the thing.
Exactly. But
They
they're
don't.
gonna regret it because
Yeah.
if they unalive without repenting, they'll face eternal separation from God, and I don't think they want that.
And that's the thing, is spirit science is a completely different thing from science. Even if like you were to sing God's name, you go to church, right? You know the spiritual energy when people start singing about God and singing for their love of God. That's a spirit science. That makes you feel good. You could feel it in your soul. How good it is to just sing God's name and sing it there. That's the thing. The spirit science, you can feel it within you. And another proof that God exists is we're born with a certain amount of electricity in our bodies.
People want to be a part of a community and a group, and Christianity offers like a healthy outlet for that, where it's a group that's doing positive things like helping feed the poor and stuff like that, as opposed to like being in a gang or something and committing crimes. So it's like I don't understand why people are against it. It's like there's far worse things in the world than Christianity, but they act like Christianity is like, oh, if we just get rid of Christians and everything will be perfect in the world.
It's not about the Christianity, I don't think, or in your religion, and what's it called? A blanket cover of it. It's more about the individuals that come to Christianity that misinterpret God's words and do it in God's name. Like Jeffrey Dahmer was a Christian, but that's an individual.
Well, I have a theory that a lot of people they start believing in God when they go to jail, because when you're in jail, you have a lot of time to think, right?
Yeah, I met this person who like believed in God and he enlightened himself so much that he could see spirits. He could see God. He could hear like God speaking to him. And yeah, the group chat will be like, "Oh, well, that's delusions." No, because the thing is that actually happens when you try to break away from the veil of this world, because all of this is an illusion. And everyone can see it. When you reach a certain mode of enlightenment, Christian consciousness, or because even Christ, Jesus went to India to detach from the world, to enlighten himself. So,
Yeah, I've had weird experiences, but I usually don't even like talking about it because everyone will just laugh at you if you bring anything up that's not, acceptable or whatever.
it's because it's a different mode of consciousness that they're in. They're just not ready for the truth. That's the thing. Their soul isn't ready for it. It's not a bad thing, but
Well, the
it's
Bible
nothing you
says,
can do to convince them.
yeah, the Bible says God and the Holy Spirit has to like change their heart before they accept the truth. So,
Yeah.
well, thanks for coming up. There's people waiting. I kind of like trying to favor people that disagree.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I appreciate you. Wish you well. DJ Douglas. Is that Doug? Is this the Justin's Rock?
Oh, right. I've been paying attention a little bit. What God do you guys believe in?
I'm a Christian.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I just don't have any evidence for it.
Well, we have have you ever heard of the transcendental argument for God?
Yeah, it's a logical fallacy, isn't it?
No. It's just
What's
saying
the
that
argument?
God's necessary for evidence, right? So you take the position that like God is...
Wait, hold on. That's the claim. God is necessary for evidence. What's the evidence?
Right, so any fact, right? Like say the fact to boil noodles. To boil noodles, there has to be certain things that are true in order for that fact to be true, right? Like there has to be uniformity of nature, so when you heat water to 100 degrees, it boils. There has to be
100 degrees Celsius boils, sure, yeah.
There has to be identity. There has to be reliability of our senses, reliability of our cognitive function. So God is necessary to explain all these things that are necessary for
Yeah,
any
that's
fact.
a claim. That's not evidence. You're just saying it. Just
No,
saying that God is
it's not.
necessary doesn't make God exist. That's the logical fallacy.
When you say it's a claim, you have to assume the claim to say it's a claim, right? Because
No, see, that's the logical fallacy. Your assumption that something is true to make it true doesn't make it true.
well, when you say a claim is a type of identity, right, of something.
No, a claim is a claim of something that is true.
A claim is a group of all things that assert something that is true or something like that, right?
No, that's not how it's defined. Have you like do you want to go back to like basic logic and statistic terms from school?
No. When you say I'm making a claim that you're using the law of identity.
Can you define the law of identity for me?
Just that a thing equals itself, like a tree is a tree, a dog is a dog, A equals A.
All right, sure. But that doesn't equal God.
So
how does that equal? What's the evidence of God for that?
Right. So to use the law of identity, you need an absolute identity statement that would uphold and secure the identity of something like a claim, so you can say that I'm making a claim, right? And if you don't, I say God is the absolute identity statement that would uphold and secure what a claim is, so that the word claim can have an identity. If you don't have an absolute identity statement that upholds and secures what a claim is, then when you tell me that I'm making a claim, you're speaking gibberish, right? So you must be assuming my absolute identity statement, God, when you say I'm making a claim. So it's silly to assume the claim I'm making and then dismiss it as a claim while you're believing the claim, don't you think? Exactly. This is atheism. I don't know. He left or something. What's up, Darth?
Oh wait, can you not hear me?
Okay, so what is your objection?
When you tab out of the app, we can't hear you.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Okay,
So,
so what is your objection?
So just because your claim is a claim, it means you're right? No, just you have to have evidence for your claim. Otherwise, it's irrelevant.
Okay. So what are you saying, that no proposition can be self-authenticating?
Yeah, generally speaking.
No. That's not a clear answer. Maybe you didn't understand the question. Is it your universal unqualified declaration that no proposition is self-authenticating?
I'm going to say I don't know, because I'm guessing that you have some kind of trick question that I don't know the answer to yet.
That's not a trick question. And what you're doing is you're dodging,
okay,
because you
I'll
don't.
Say yes. I'll say yes.
Okay.
I'll say yes for you. Yes. I'll give you the point.
Okay.
Granting
So
your preference.
Yeah, you need to conduct yourself like an adult, right? Now,
I'm sorry. Can you get to the point of post insulting me?
Okay, that's strike one. If you get 3 strikes, I'm going to kick you.
Oh, cool.
Okay?
You can suck a dick, dude.
Okay, goodbye.
Bye.
What do you call it?
All right. Okay, yeah, you're done.
Also, mentioning logic and such.
Okay, so here again, we had an atheist vanquished in a matter of seconds because he was blindsided by a simple philosophical question. First, he says, generally. Well, there's a difference between generally versus universally. But then he changed his tune from generally, which means not universally, to universally, no proposition can be self-authenticating. Well, what he didn't realize is he just stepped on a metaphysical landmine that had exploded in his face. Because if you assert that no proposition is self-authenticating, that is a performative contradiction. That proposition, the assertion that no proposition is self-authenticating, would not be self-authenticating. So it would be a self-contradiction. Not only that, if he holds to the position that no proposition, like, for example, the invocation by the host, that God is the necessary precondition, and the host, what he left out was we're referring to the self-revealing God, the God who reveals himself in creation and in history. So we are representing that proposition as self-authenticating with the impossibility of its rational denial. When that individual, that vulgar, obscene individual, that atheist, said that no proposition is self-authenticating, then he forfeits the ability to make truthful or meaningful statements because it will not ultimately depend upon any self-authenticating proposition. Therefore, the whole chain of succession is arbitrary.
Did you agree with what I was saying about how when he goes, you're just making a claim, that he's assuming?
I was agreeing with you, but you see, we have to represent that the proposition of the claim we're invoking is revelatory, it's self-authenticating, okay? Which, of course, they will ipso facto reject.
I think it's hilarious when they go, you're just making a claim, or that's just an assertion, because, like,
Yeah.
can you even prove anything without
Yeah,
making a claim or an assertion?
That's a claim that we're simply making a mere claim that does not authenticate itself.
But
The non-acceptance of the premise of the tag is not a refutation that it's a vacuous claim.
But any syllogism is going to have claims in the syllogism.
Yeah.
So, like,
Yeah. So the point is this: we're pointing out that God revealing himself in creation, that he is the singular, concrete, ultimate source of what is and cannot be, would be, by definition, the necessary precondition for everything. If that is rejected as a mere claim, then what is his ultimate grounding to make any judgment or determination? So you see, what they do, because they're not educated in this kind of metaphysics, they make elementary blunders and mistakes, right? And then once you hit them with questions that they don't have a pre-formatted cliche or slogan for, they very quickly become vile and obscene, as we saw that he did.
welcome, work. Do you accept God as your creator?
What's happening, brother?
Just talking to a bunch of emotional non-believers who don't, they refuse to be rational.
My wife says I am agnostic.
Yeah, that agnostic is a verbal camouflage hiding your God denialism.
Yeah, I don't really know what the word means. I just can't decide. I don't know if I should.
No, you have decided. You're just falsely claiming that you're undecided. You've already decided that it's not necessary to reference the necessity of God. Okay? Now, what I just said cannot be disputed. So, agnosticism, or claiming you don't know, is just a verbal camouflage attempting to conceal the fact that you refuse to accept and acknowledge that God is and that he's revealed himself in creation. Let me ask you this question. Have you decided, and think clearly about the question, have you accepted and affirmed that there is a God in whom has made himself unambiguously clear? Do you accept that?
I don't know.
Okay, so you're not intellectually equipped to carry on the conversation further, because I just asked you a very simple question. Do you accept that there is a God who has made himself unambiguously clear? Well, if you say I don't know, then that means you do not accept. Okay, so you're not intellectually equipped to carry on the conversation. Okay, so the bottom line is, what's really lying behind your I don't knowism is giving God the middle finger. You refuse to accept and affirm the necessity of God when speaking about the world. So you are indirectly denying God. So I will ask you a very simple question. Can somebody indirectly deny a proposition while not openly, directly denying a proposition?
I don't know what the fuck that means.
Goodbye.
All right, bye.
My sympathies.
That was a great guest. Wonderful.
Yeah. So you see, when he says that's just a claim, he's not accepting that it's not that when we say God is the necessary precondition because of his property set.
Darth, do you ever get tired of your own voice?
No, I don't. I have a very sexy voice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Do you ever get tired of being an idiot atheist who comes up and trolls like a little teenager?
I'm not trolling. I'm trying to have a conversation.
No, you are trolling. So now you're lying. Okay, lie or troll again, and you'll be kicked.
Okay.
Okay.
Exactly.
So do you want to bring some maturity to the table?
Well, I haven't said anything immature. I was just
Okay,
giving my
goodbye.
opinion.
Okay, goodbye.
Exactly.
Goodbye.
You can't take me.
Yeah, goodbye. When you lie, you're done. Because if I don't remove you, I will give you a tongue lashing, and then I'll get suspended by TikTok. Okay? So once again, TikTok is not sending their finest.
Yeah, this morning it's been very, very frustrating. People. I talked to some lady who was a scientist, and then when I brought up the underdetermination of data, she's like, "Oh, I don't think that's a thing."
Whoa. She claimed to be a scientist?
Yeah.
Okay, well then either she's she probably a cleaning lady in a scientific laboratory.
I wouldn't be surprised though. It seems like there are scientists who just have no idea anything about metaphysics. So,
Wait, you don't know the problem about underdetermination?
And then she wouldn't let me get into it, right? She just wanted to go blah 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 science.
Yeah.
Blah blah.
Yeah,
blah.
when people come forward and they tell you that they're scientists, 9 times out of 10 they're lying.
Yeah. She wouldn't even let me get a word in edgewise. She was probably just BSing.
Yeah, she's probably just some college student who took some science classes and who might have a part-time job working in some lab in the university. Okay, and then they go, "Oh, I'm a scientist." By the way, my interaction with John Gleason was re-uploaded by Paul Ross, and I listened to it again for the first time. Or I should say, that's not clear. I listened to it recorded from after having dealt with him the first time, and I couldn't believe how he was completely decimated. You know, how he contradicted himself and lied repeatedly.
Oh, there's a guy yesterday. He said he had a high pitched voice. You asked him why he had a high pitched voice, and he kept trying to join. He went live, and I went into his live, and I kid you not, he was he looked exactly like Jeremy Glick. Like exactly. It was uncanny.
I have to reboot.
Yeah, sounds good. Childish Tavino. Oh my goodness. If your name, if someone has the name childish in their name, will TikTok suspend me for just referring to them as their own name?
Okay, so here's the secret sauce of what I did with that other intellectual lightweight. Whenever they assert anything without it being contextualized by the revelation of God, what they're saying is a figment of their imagination. So when they assert to you that you're merely making a mere claim that is not either justified or self-authenticating, such a critique is a figment of their imagination. So that's why I responded to the issue of self-authentication. Right? And so when I asked him, you see, if they don't have a pre-prepared slogan or cliche, that they can pull out of their American atheist canvas tote bag, they become blindsided, and then they become disruptive. So I'm sure you agree with me that when we say God is the necessary precondition of all things, meaning his attribute set, right, his perfect attribute set, that this is self-authenticating due to its exclusive property set and its indispensability, and that God reveals himself. So it would be self-authenticating. Now, they're unfamiliar with self-authentication because they're not smart thinkers. So when they reject the proposition that you're presenting that God is the necessary precondition for all things, meaning his composite attribute set, they're rejecting that it is self-authenticating. Now, typically, they're not going to accept that any proposition is self-authenticating because they're shallow thinkers. But be that as it may, whether they conclude that it's in principle there can't be a proposition that's self-authenticating or that it's an instance, either way they're screwed. Okay, so that's why he imploded when I questioned him. If no proposition is self-authenticating, then his chain of reasoning for anything, including that you're making an empty statement, is without ultimate foundation.
It's God revealed himself as the self-authenticating starting point to secure all ontologies, epistemology,
I wouldn't put it that way. What I would say is the tag argument, although it's not always explicitly stated, right? Tag is formulated in different ways. Sometimes tag can be very truncated in a very condensed form. But a fuller expansion of tag is that the creator, who has a perfect attribute set, has revealed himself in creation, and that the attribute set that he has revealed is the necessary precondition for everything. And so God's revelation of himself will have to be, in terms of its own internal content, self-authenticating. Otherwise, there couldn't be anything extrinsic that would authenticate it, unless you want to say that something else would authenticate God, which would be absurd. So the revelation of God in creation and through history recorded in the Bible in Jesus Christ, that proposition is either explicitly or implicitly self-attesting and self-authenticating when properly understood. If they reject that it is self-authenticating and self-attesting, right, then typically they are holding to that no proposition can be self-authenticating. But if they do so, they cut their own head off. But notice how he said, when I said, is it your position that no proposition is self-authenticating? He goes, generally. You mean so there are exceptions? So, see, so that's why I wanted you to bring me up, because I wanted to take that guy down, right?
Right. Yeah, generally it was a sort of a dodge.
Well, yeah, they will respond with dodges by saying generally, or here's one for you. When you ask them a yay or nay question, they'll go, not necessarily. I mean, that's another typical dodge.
According to you.
Yeah, yeah. Or here's another one. That's a claim. Now, it's not that these retorts are always illegitimate. They will take retorts that in certain circumstances are legitimate, and they will just use it like a Harry Potter magic wand rather than bringing intellectual substance to the table.
It's funny how when they say God is imaginary, the entailment is that now physical objects are imaginary.
Always keep in mind that to predicate of any kind is going to require the invocation of states of unity. And as you were talking about, identity. If God is not the concrete universal, in that the mind, the purpose, and the plan of God who reveals himself, institutes and secures, he's what actualizes the various levels and states of unity in the world. When he rejects that, they're now operating implicitly that something else actualizes the unity at various levels.
Right, because
Okay?
a claim would be a type of unity, right? It'd be a group of things.
Any statement is going to include one or more references to unified states. So if you say an electron, that's a state of unity. It could be considered to be a how shall I put this? An indivisible or indivisible unified state. So, for example, a proton or a neutron would be a dividable or a reducible state of unity. It's a compound state of unity.
Right.
So, in the world, when we speak about the world from the smallest scale to the largest scale, whatever we predicate, we will be invoking some kind of unity, which would be an identity state. So, if I say to you, the electron that orbits the nucleus, that's an identity state. It's a state of unity. If I say, excuse me, if I say the atom, that's a statement of unity, but it's a compound state of unity. So when they reject that God is the singular, concrete, causal, unifying principle, right, where the mind, the purpose, and the plan of God institutes all identity states or states of unity, then by implication, but they will almost never give, nor could they give a defense of what it is that actualizes identity states. So what I would recommend that you do is that you intersperse, when you talk about identity states, that you also intersperse clarifying that we're talking about states of unity. Okay? So that they yeah, go ahead.
I would use the word like categories, groups, kinds, because those are the words that
Right.
they can understand.
That's true, but we need to emphasize that when we predicate, we're invoking states of identity and states of unity. Right? Now, if God is not accepted as the self-revealing God who singularly, concretely, and causally imposes the complete array of identity states and states of the classes of unity, then they're operating from that something else actualizes unified states. So now the question is, in order for their predications to be substantive, they're going to have to tell us with identification, what is it that actualizes the states of identity and states of unity that they're invoking? What is the something else? Because if what they will do, with rare exceptions, is to say stupid crap like reality or energy or the universe. None of these are substantive answers. They remember when Romans 1 says they are without a defense. Romans 1 in theological language is depicting and characterizing God philosophically as the singular, concrete, unifying principle for everything. When they deny that God is the creator, and you see what they're not thinking in their opposition to theism, they're not thinking of God in terms of the creator-creature distinction. And the creator-creature distinction just doesn't mean that God creates the world and it just exists by itself. It means that everything that the world is, in terms of its beginning and in its continuous, is imposed and sustained by the mind, the power, and the plan of God. When they reject that, they're operating from a different context. Okay? So when they reject the revelation of God, that he is the necessary precondition for all things, if they just shake their head and go, no, that's just a claim. When they say that's just a claim, implicit within that, they're making a worldview counterclaim that something else accounts for identity and unified states.
Because God created the patterns or ideas behind everything, that means that when we categorize things or we use language, we're reflecting something real, which would make communication and thought meaningful.
Yeah, so they're going to have to explain what it is in actuality actualizes the states of unity, rather than states of unity are merely and only conceptual. And they can't do that. That's why when I hit him with the idea of self-authentication, it blindsided him. He didn't know. He was total. He didn't know what to do, and that's why he went into immature mode. Welcome, Brett. Do you accept God as your creator?
Do I accept the God of the Bible?
That's not the question I asked you. Are you hard of hearing?
Well, then you have to define what you mean by
Okay,
God.
sir, you don't know what the word God means in the English language?
Everybody has a different definition.
Sir, you don't understand that the word God means the creator, the supreme being of all things that are not himself?
The
Now,
supreme being?
do you accept, as I have just defined God as the supreme being, the eternal creator of all things that are not himself, do you accept that there is a creator God? If you
I accept
dodge,
that there is something that is eternal.
hold on a second.
You just asked me a question.
Hold on a second. I'm making a qualification here. If you dodge, I'm going to kick you. Do you accept that there is a creator God?
I accept there is a source of the universe, and
That's
it
not
is.
an answer to my question. I will ask
actually just
one
answered
more
the
time. I will ask one more time. Do you accept God as your creator? Yes or no?
I accept there is a creator that's eternal.
Okay. Now, why couldn't you answer that the first time?
Because the word God is not what I use to apply to
Okay. Listen, Brett, how old are you?
34.
Okay. Then if you're a 34-year-old man, I'm 63. You shouldn't be responding to me like a deceptive little evasive 15-year-old at the
actually answered your
cafeteria.
question.
Okay, no, you didn't, sir. You were completely circuitous. Look,
You're caught up on the word
hey,
God.
listen, I'm almost double your age. Okay,
And
I'm almost double your age, and you are not responding maturely.
I answered your question.
Okay, no, you didn't. You were being circuitous. Now, who is your God?
Like I said, I don't use the word God.
Okay, have a nice day. You're done. We're done.
Bye-bye.
34 years old, going on 16. You see this, folks? You try to have intelligent conversations with these people, and they just dodge, evade, double talk. It's pointless.
Let's just define words all day.
Yeah. See, after I've been doing this, and I say this all the time for 14 years, I no longer can stomach people being blatantly evasive. I don't want them wasting my time. Because if I allow them to continue on, I'm just going to get further indignant.
No, what's with your mic?
No, he's trolling. Okay, well, if
Did
there's
you
no
block
God,
him?
come up and explain how that's true. Is the statement there is no
Well,
God, is that self-authenticating?
I thought with a name like Monkey Man, he was going to be really serious.
Welcome, Matthew. Do you accept God as your creator?
Absolutely, in all cases, no.
Okay, do you have a justification for that?
Yes. Eternity can't reveal itself.
Why not?
Impossible. You don't know anything about it.
Okay, well, first of all, listen to me. I'm just going to give you this warning just once.
You're a finite being, Darth. You're a
Listen to
finite
me.
being.
Look, if you're rude one more time, I'm going to kick you.
Don't be a know-it-all now.
Okay, goodbye. You're done. Okay. So you see, folks, we're not getting any intelligent opposition.
It's been really bad today.
Yeah, isn't this amazing that the overwhelming majority of unbelievers come up here and they act grotesquely immature, deceptive, and evasive? Keyboard, do you accept God as your creator?
No.
Do you have a justification for that?
Yeah, I don't believe in any denoted religions. They don't make sense given the world that exists.
Okay, when you say that a proposition does not make sense, it either means it's unintelligible or it doesn't cohere to a proposition. So what is the proposition about the world? If in order for the world to make not sense of God, it would mean that you would have to reckon that the world is independent of God in order for your statement that God doesn't make sense as the creator. So do you have a justification that the world exemplifies independence from God?
Yeah, 100%. In every religion that I'm familiar with, God is described as all good, all knowing, and all powerful, and those three don't make sense given the world that
Okay, it
exists.
doesn't. Okay, sir, that's a non sequitur. Okay, the bottom line is this: is
it's not a non sequitur.
Oh, okay. So the point is, explain to me how the concept of God is not viable.
Well, I'm atheist and agnostic, so I'm atheist as it relates to any like religion.
No, sir. Listen to me. I'm going to stop you right there.
I'm answering your question.
I know that. I'm going to stop you here. I'm well too educated, and I'm interrupting you because I don't want you wasting my time. You either acknowledge God or you refuse to acknowledge God as a creator. Calling yourself an agnostic is just verbal camouflage to hide your God denialism. Now, is it your position? Look, I'm going to cut through all the bull crap here. Okay, I'm somebody I have literally dealt with a couple of thousand atheists over 14 years. Okay, so I'm very educated and experienced with atheist slogans, cliches, rhetoric, ideology. So nothing you say to me is going to be new or novel. Now, is it your position? Is it your position that the world exemplifies independence from God? Is that your position?
I think that it's most likely.
No, I didn't ask you whether it was likely or not. I said, is that your position?
I don't believe in a God that exists.
Look, I'm going to kick you.
Look, my answer is not a yes or no question.
Sir,
so
if you
need a yes or no question because you're that dense that you think that's the answer, then kick me.
Look, sir, listen to me. I'm not dense. I am very well educated on the subject.
I don't believe that.
Look, okay, so you're giggling. Goodbye. Okay.
Yeah, bye.
Yeah. This is what we're dealing with. You ask straightforward questions, and we get these circuitous gobbledygook responses. Okay. You see, Precept Mars, that when I ask razor sharp questions for the purpose of bringing clarity to the dispute, they're constantly obfuscating in their answers. Stacy, do you accept God as your creator?
No.
Do you have a justification for that?
A personal justification? Sure.
I'm waiting.
I don't think you are waiting because I think you're going to cut me off and say that what I think is not valid.
I'm waiting.
What you're waiting for is impossible.
Okay. Do you have a justification for the not God world, Stacy?
For myself, yes.
I'm waiting for you to give that to us.
I have never seen anything that justifies a creator.
Okay. Do you see that which actualizes the independence of the world?
I don't understand that question. That actualizes the independence of the world?
Either it is God that actualizes the world, or something else actualizes the world. Correct?
I think something else actualizes the world. The universe in general.
Right. So, do you see that?
Sure.
What is it? What is it that you see? And please be specific, not vague. as to what actualizes all states of affairs?
I think the commonality of different substances, minerals, metals, whatever, like all of the
This is
pieces that make up everything.
that's a convoluted answer. Okay,
Why?
is there one concrete thing that you see that actualizes all the diverse identity and unified states in the world?
I would say there's not one concrete thing, no, and I think that that's
Okay,
a
all
false
right.
question.
So
That's a false question.
is there a vast plurality of absolute states that actualize the world?
Your word salading me, but I'm going to
No,
say
it's not.
yes.
It's not a word salad. It's a very carefully worded question. The fact that you are having trouble with it, it doesn't follow from that it's a word salad. Either you believe that there is one absolute concrete thing that
Right. I already said
actualize.
no.
Okay,
I already
okay,
answered
good.
that question. No.
Then you believe that there is a plurality of absolute states that actualizes the world.
That
Correct?
and I said yes. I believe my
Okay,
answer
now
is yes.
do you see any one of the plurality of absolute states?
Do I give me an example of what you would accept as an answer?
That's your job.
It's
Okay,
really not because
I'm not here to help you.
you're here to ask me to prove a negative that I believe in.
Stacy, at this point, what you're doing upon being questioned, when I question atheists, when I get them cornered by very simple questions
Oh, honey,
about
I
their
am
own
not
assertion.
cornered. You are fucking ignorant.
Okay, well, okay, all right, yeah, right,
You are
yeah.
intolerant of anyone else's.
Okay, notice again that when you start questioning the integrity and the rationality of their atheism, at a certain point when they realize that they can't talk their way out of it, they go into disruptive mode, right? Just full-blown disruptive mode, okay? Do I helps people come to God? Yes, because in 2 Corinthians chapter 10, it says we are to destroy all speculations and lofty things that raise itself above and against the knowledge and revelation of God, bringing all thoughts into captivity of Jesus Christ.
And again,
9, welcome. Do you accept God as your creator?
no, I do not.
Do you have a justification for that?
The fact that there's no evidence for a God, that proves that there is no God.
Okay, so when you say there's no evidence for God, all you're just simply saying is the world exemplifies independence from God, therefore no God. So do you have a justification that the world exemplifies independence from God?
There's life on this planet. I have life. Insects have life. Plants have life. There's a lot of things that
Yeah,
contain life.
dude, I'm not going to waste my time much
Okay.
longer. You're not
Okay.
giving me an intelligent answer to the question. How did you determine that any particular state of affairs exists with independence from God? How did you determine that?
The law of reality, the laws of physics, everything. There's nothing.
No,
See,
sir, listen to me. I'm not trying to be rude here, but you have no idea what you're talking about.
how about you
Laws of
restate the
physics.
question?
Okay,
Restate the
laws of
question.
physics. Well, how many times do I have to repeat the question that you're failing to
No,
answer? How did you
rephrase the
determine?
question.
Look,
Rephrase the
dude,
question.
listen. If you're not going to come on stage and present your A game, I'm just going to have to remove you.
I'm trying to, but you're not giving me a chance to.
Okay, all right. Listen, I'm not going to keep you up here. You don't have the intellectual capability to carry on the conversation. So, and if I let you remain, then I would start insulting you for your lack of education. Okay, and TikTok would not like that. Okay.
Hello.
Sel, welcome. Do you accept God as your creator?
Oh no, I'm just here to tell you that you're a piece of shit.
Okay, well,
So
is
you
that a
can
value?
you
Is
can
that
kick
is that
me.
a value judgment?
That's a total value judgment. That's an observation.
What do I care about your values?
I don't care about your values, but I just thought you needed to know
Okay,
it.
so does that make you
So
feel good?
I
Are
feel like
you
it might
telling
make
me?
some
Are
other
you
people feel
telling
good.
me? Are you telling me objectively that I'm a piece of shit, or is it just your subjective opinion?
Oh no, objectively you are a piece of shit. You
Good,
talk to other
good.
people
Okay,
like they're
so
bad people.
are there objective determinable values?
Dude, I don't really fucking care. Just kick me.
So
I
you
literally
don't
just
know.
came
So
on
you
here to
don't
tell you I
know.
don't like you.
Well, yeah. Well, so that's fine. I understand that.
The
That's
host
why
is also a fucking punk too. I've talked to him before.
Jesus warned that when we
You know what? If
stand
anybody in here
boldly,
is gonna
why do
go
you?
to
Okay,
hell, it's gonna be you, and I don't even fucking believe in God.
I'm gonna remove you. Okay, you see, this is what they can't stand. They cannot stand when mature-minded, intelligent Christians vanquish all opposition. It
I like
drives them nuts.
I like the cut of his jib.
The cut of his jib. I mean, let me just say this. Because I'm not on my own stream, and even if I was, I would still have to exercise some reservation, because otherwise I would express what I really think of these mental midgets. But TikTok would suspend me. But these people are coming to the table. They're not bringing their A game. They're not bringing an intelligent defense of their unbelief. That's when I ask the clarifying questions that I do. They're blindsided. Okay? This is why they become hostile and disruptive, because atheist slogans and cliches cannot answer the questions that I ask, answer the questions that I give.
I'm not
Welcome,
convinced.
Fluff.
Oh, they didn't connect.
Okay.
Trash talk dad.
Trash, welcome. Do you accept God as your creator?
No.
Do you have a justification for that?
I haven't been presented with any evidence to the contrary.
Okay, so that's the standard atheist cliche. So what you're actually doing is you're smuggling in a kind of naturalism under the camouflage of incredulity. Now, did you understand what I just said?
I did, but you're incorrect.
Okay, so you are not espoused when you say that you don't have evidence for God.
For clarity on what I mean by that.
Would you please not be rude and interrupt me, okay? Because I understand the issue to a vastly greater degree than you do. Now, when you say there's no, is it your position that there's no evidence for God?
It's my position that there is no evidence outside of the Bible.
Okay, sir, is it your position that there's no evidence for God?
There is no evidence outside of the Bible.
Okay, if I don't get a straightforward answer,
That is a straightforward answer.
Okay, goodbye.
Bye, Dick.
Yeah. You
Bye,
see
Dick.
that? You see
Bye,
that,
Dick.
folks?
Bye, Dick.
You see that? These are grown adults when they are not allowed to be deceptive and evasive. They're not permitted to prevaricate and to obfuscate, right? And you hold them accountable like they're adults, then they become vulgar and obscene, right?
His name was Trash Talk Dad, so it's not a misnomer.
Yeah. How'd you like to have that for a dad? So once again, all we're getting are these unruly, unintelligent, uneducated people coming up here. Okay, welcome. Jesus is Lord. I take it you accept God as your creator?
Yes, I do. I just wanted to say, Gary, can you please do a better job bringing people to God, because this isn't helpful.
So let's block his account because he's trolling. Can you do a better job of not lying and pretending that you're something that you're not? There we go. So we're done. So once again, folks, they're royally ticked off because they're meeting intelligent Christians. Okay? It's that simple. Okay?
Do you think some Christians they're like worldly in their thinking, where they obsess about the numbers they bring
Oh
to?
no. That guy was not a Christian.
No,
You
I realize that. No,
notice he had
I'm
no
not talking.
avatar.
I'm not talking about him. I'm just saying. Do you think I've noticed this among some Christians, not him, that they're like worldly in their thinking, where it's about I want the most numbers to Christianity.
Well, that's been because of, in part, due to the influence of people like Billy Graham. Okay, so Billy Graham decided that he was going to compromise in his evangelism in order to get large numbers of people to come and listen to him. And they would do practices in the Crusades to fool people emotionally to come down, so they would have a reaction of numbers. Right. So Christians have accepted this false notion that if you're effectively defending the faith and preaching the gospel, then you're going to have a certain degree of success. Well, Noah was a preacher of righteousness for 100 years. And how many people joined him in the ark?
And Jesus wasn't afraid to like in John 6 at the end of the chapter, he offends a whole group of people. Like Jesus wasn't concerned about like, oh, I gotta say.
If you take a look at Jesus' dealings, in addition to his public teachings, he publicly excoriated and publicly insulted to an extreme the people in his culture who claimed that they were devoting their lives to God and teaching about God. And people seem to overlook the fact, look, my criticisms of people pale in comparison to the kind of criticism that Jesus and the apostles made. But people are ignorant of this. They have no idea.
And Jesus
I'm not saying we should do gratuitous insults, but insults are not off the table because God does it. Jesus did it. The apostles did it. The prophets did it.
Jesus always talked about like things like wide is the road of destruction, narrow is the path of life, or that we're a little flock, or like the leaven in the bread. So like the leaven is just a small amount of ingredients in the mixture of bread that rises the
exactly.
So
why are they so upset? Why are they so upset with my clarifying questions?
We should never
Why
really
are they so triggered?
Like a mass number of Christians. That's kind of goes against what Jesus says. He kind of says there will always be like a small amount of us changing the world.
Yeah. So you see, one person after another, they sooner or later they are dodging my questions because my questions are designed to circumvent the atheist script and cliches and slogans. And when I do successfully circumvent their cliches and slogans, and I ask very precise questions, they get royally ticked off. Okay? You know, when you've been dealing with atheists for 14 years, like I have on a daily basis, you learn all of their deceptive tactics. Again, end your life now. When you say the burden of proof is on us, you're making another atheist cliche. Okay? In order for you to correctly claim that the burden of proof lies solely on the theist, you're going to have to show that atheism is the default position, but that's not something that you can do. Right? Yeah. So when you say you're shifting the burden of proof, what that actually is an attempt to shift the responsibility to defend what your real position is when we inquire of you the substantiveness of your position.
They always bring up this burden of proof thing. So I actually like looked into that issue, and from what I could surmise that it's just the burden of proof is going to be on the person who wants to convince the other person of their claim. So that's sort of like how I see that.
No, 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 no. The the burden of proof comes when somebody is saying something that is not compatible with a default position. Okay? Now, the problem even with that is that something can be a default position and it's not necessarily true. Something can be a default for historical, cultural, sociological reasons, but it doesn't make it true. What atheists are doing, Christians time and time again are representing that God exists because he's revealed himself. Some do it better than others, some do it not as well, but we're all basically in unison saying, because God has revealed himself in creation and history, therefore God exists. When the atheist rejects that, they're making an implicit counterclaim. When we call them to accountability to support their counterclaim, they can't actually defend their counterclaim, so they try to obscure what their real position is, hiding behind a state of incredulity, and therefore, and they respond by saying, we're shifting the burden of proof, meaning that they have no responsibility in terms of rationally unpacking what their reaction is. Well, if you'd like to come up and discuss that atheism is the default position, I'm well educated on the subject. So let's see if you have the courage of your convictions to come on up and explain how atheism is the default position. Or do you have the courage of your convictions, End? Because I think you're going to be quite surprised, okay? If you post that again, you're going to get muted, okay? Now, let's see if you really believe what you say. So if you really believe, End, what you're saying, that atheism is the default position, come on up and explain why atheism is the default position, and then I have some questions for you. But my prediction is that you will not come up because you really don't believe what you're saying, right? What you're saying is just simply unjustifiable rhetoric, okay? You're going to have to explain to me how atheism or unbelief is the default position, okay?
Fallen, we don't claim God as an axiom. We say God is like our self-authenticating starting point.
No, God is not an axiom. God is our ground of being. There's a big difference between an axiom and the ground of being. So you see, the guy whose name ends your life right now, he posts several times that atheism is the default position, but he will not come up and defend his position. Okay, so what does that tell you? Right? They don't actually believe the crap that they type.
Another dude that was just up your cell, he was claiming that agnosticism is the default.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well. You see that now they're contradicting themselves because atheism is the denial of God. Agnosticism is the claim to suspend judgment. So neither one of them can simultaneously be the default position. Either one of them is the default position, or neither of them is the default position. Look, I'm not trying to be mean here. I'm not trying to be arrogant. We're dealing with a lot of uneducated people on the subject. And they get pissed when I destroy their empty rhetoric and their cliches. By the way, when we're talking about a child that doesn't have the neurological and cognitive faculties to conceptualize a universal such as God, that is not comparable to somebody who has the cognitive faculties to conceptualize God and either accept or deny that as a true state of affairs. So once again, comparing atheism to a child with a non-developed cognitive faculties is quite telling. They're admitting that their thinking about God is as bad as worse than a toddler. Look, we're not dealing with people that are educated or intelligent on the subject. They're just people who just spew out this stuff. Hey, Sal, come on up and defend your claim about agnosticism.
He
I
already
doubt
came,
you're going.
he already came up.
I know he did. I know he did. Okay, if you come up and you try to defend agnosticism, you're going to get smoked, because I understand the nature of agnosticism to a far greater educational degree than you do. Okay, so is agnosticism the claim to suspend judgment about the existence or non-existence of God?
I don't think inherently it is.
Okay, well that's categorically false. Now, if you behave badly even once, you will be removed.
That's it. That's
Now,
okay.
okay. So I'm just
I feel
telling
like
you,
it, I will if I don't.
without further warning, if you cross-talk me once, I'm going to kick you.
Oh no.
Now, there's the okay. Goodbye. You're done. All right.
Okay,
Goodbye.
later. Fuck you.
Yeah. There we go. See, this is what we're dealing with. We get people that shoot their mouth off in the text. We invite them to come up and maturely and intellectually support their position, and then they come up and act badly like this, right? And the fact for him to deny that agnosticism is the claim to suspend judgment shows his complete lack of education on the subject. Okay. All right, you're muted. And okay, so see, this is what we're dealing with. See, by the way, folks, this is the exact same lack of intelligence, lack of education, and just abusive and vulgar behavior that I've seen on a daily basis from atheists for 14 years. Okay. No, you're going to get muted, Snake. And I hope you don't show up in my stream on this account, because I will block you. Okay. You know, they get a perverse, even maybe sexual sense of satisfaction just by trolling in the text. I don't get it. Well, I guess I do get it. Okay.
Their behavior is actually a confirmation of the claims of the Bible, since the Bible describes like the mentality and behavior of people that read the Bible.
When they behave badly and they're irrational, they're defiant, they're evasive, you're just confirming to us what the Bible says about unbelief.
Yeah, doesn't the Bible say how in the end times, people like there will be more like mockers and scoffers?
Yeah, and Peter talks about that there will be a significant increase of scoffers about the revelation of God, right? And part of this is due to what we call the Enlightenment, followed very quickly thereafter by the promotion of the idea of deep time and evolution. And so they have been emboldened in their scoffing and their mockery in these last days, meaning within the last 150, 200 years, because they have believed the false scientific concept of deep time and evolution. And because they have accepted this, they feel they have no need of God, and therefore they think that they have a platform on which to stand and scoff, right? But the idea that deep time is true and evolution is true, a platform that allows them to scoff, cannot be rationally justified. They think that it's undergirded by firm science, and it's not. And if anyone would like to come up here and discuss the firm scientific foundation for deep time and old universe or evolution, I'll be glad to talk with you. By the way, Precept Mars, are you there?
Yeah, I'm just kind of doing dishes in the background. Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, just remember, I'll repeat this again for your benefit. At any time, if you would like me to step down and you want me to not overstay my welcome, just say, Darth, thank you for coming. Please come again, and that'll be my cue to graciously step aside, because I don't want to overstay my welcome. I don't want you to feel obligated that you don't have to ask me to temporarily step down. I'm fine with that.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, I'm happy
Anytime you just want me to step down.
It's kind of nice to have you here because I get a break, and I can like make lunch or something.
Well, remember when you didn't bring me up on your stream for a while because of crazy TikTok. I completely understood. I mean, it's entirely reasonable, and I know that sometimes I can capitalize on the conversation on your stream. And if you want me to, just step down, I'm fine with that. So just say thank you for coming, and I'll get the cue, right? And I don't want you to feel like I'm going to be resentful or upset about it.
No, I kind of try to like stream like if you're streaming, I won't go live and stuff because I want like
I don't mind. Yeah, no, that's fine.
I want like a constant attack precept on TikTok.
Look, here's the skeptic. He was up here twice. Now he's telling me to unalive myself. I mean, these people are revealing how vile they are.
Yeah, precept. That goes for me as well.
Yeah. I just don't want you to feel uncomfortable if you want to resume taking the lead, and you want me to step back or just step out. I'm fine with that.
Oh yeah, I got you.
So once again, notice that we don't have any mature, intelligent opposition. Notice how many times I ask a clear question.
Today's been one of the worst, really.
Yeah, I notice how many times I ask clear questions, and what comes back are these quasi answers. For some reason, they have this compulsion not to answer the question that was asked. So notice again, they always go, there's insufficient evidence for God. Now, this is the incredulity card that they're pulling out. What lies behind the incredulity card is the position that the world is to be reckoned as being independent of God and non-revelatory of God. But do they have a justification for that? We give a justification for how the world is revelatory of God. We give a justification of how the world derives and depends upon God, and it is right away rejected. But when we ask them to give an account of their position masquerading as incredulity, such as I have yet to be presented with evidence for God, right? They're not really focusing on the fact that what they're really saying is that they accept that the world is to be reckoned to be independent of God, and including in the absence of something that falsifies that. Well, I'm still waiting for any atheists, unbelievers, people who want to argue, defend evolution, deep time. I'll be glad to talk with you.
Yeah, it's crazy. They like to assert that there's no evidence in the chat.
Yeah.
But they won't come up and
By the way,
defend
I was invited over 8 times on Discord several years ago to speak with internationally recognized atheists with different PhDs. And every single one of them wanted to get rid of me, not because I was out of line or being rude, but because their cliched and sloganeering responses didn't hold up to my questions. And so they were frustrated that their cliched responses didn't work. And when I would say, well, that is a non sequitur, it doesn't follow from that God doesn't exist. Can you please still tell me why God doesn't exist? And so they had nowhere else to go. Okay. No. Okay. Listen, Sel, you're going to be muted now. Okay. Never once was I out of line.
I sort of feel bad for the atheists because these atheist influencer, pop atheist people, they're just deceiving them. They're not really.
Well, they're not even competent themselves. They may be competent to get PhDs in different subjects, but let's take a look at Lawrence Krauss. Lawrence Krauss is a theoretical physicist. He's smart enough and educated enough where he got a degree in theoretical physics. But when it comes to metaphysics, he makes an elementary blunder. And the elementary blunder is that he says he's not asserting that God does not exist, but that he doesn't have a reason to believe in God. But then routinely in the same setting and in other settings, he'll say God is not necessary. Is he this clueless not to understand that to say God is not necessary is the denial of the existence of God? Even Stephen Hawking made this mistake when he brought up the issue of time. Stephen Hawking, because he was super smart in mathematics and theoretical physics, but he didn't understand metaphysical concepts, he thought because of his own lack of education on what the nature of time is, that his understanding of time therefore precluded God as creator, right? So even Stephen Hawking made stupid mistakes. Stephen Hawking communicated that God can't exist because you wouldn't be able to create something before time, right? And that's a metaphysical blunder. Does Stephen Hawking know what is his understanding of time? Because time is not something that you can ascertain through empirical investigation. Time is a metaphysical concept, and there are a variety of different metaphysical views on the nature of time. So here, Stephen Hawking, although he was a very brilliant theoretician when it comes to the idea of physics and black holes, he made an elementary blunder about the nature of God and time. Time is a metaphysical concept. Everything is metaphysical. Yeah, well, Chris Burton, you want to come up? You'll be educated, okay? Everything is a metaphysical concept.
You would
Okay,
think,
you want to? Hey, Chris Burton, you want to come up and get educated on what time is? I'll be glad to talk with you. Come on up. Raise your hand.
you think someone who like is good at abstract thought, like math, that they would see how obvious like God is? It'd be easier for them because I think it is kind of like people with better abstract reasoning skills can see like how God is necessary.
Yeah. So they can't. Is time a substance? Is time a type of abstraction about our world? Is time a realm? What is it? What is time? You're not understanding of what we talk about metaphysics. What we're saying is everything exists within what we call a metaphysical realm. Okay? No, it just goes to show you that Stephen Hawking was probably an atheist because he's pissed because God left him in a wheelchair. It amazes me how routinely the atheists make their drive-by comments, but they don't have balls to come up on stage and defend their adolescent accusations about the non-existence of God. But those that do come up are just grotesquely immature. Yeah, Chris Burton, you don't know what you're talking about. Metaphysics has to do with ontology, epistemology, and ethics. So is the nature of being, ethics, and epistemology bunk? You see, you don't know what you're talking about. We're on TikTok, so I expect it's like going into certain neighborhoods in the United States. You don't expect people to speak proper English or to be educated.
But in academia, don't they sort of ignore metaphysics?
They typically do.
But I think
Because
that gives them an excuse to do so too, because if the intellectuals are doing it, then it's cool.
Yeah, well, what academia is doing is they're asserting what is and cannot be without ultimate context. Well, there are scientists who do not believe in deep time. The fact that they're not in a majority doesn't make the majority correct. And in fact, consensus has been wrong on numerous times in the history of science. All right, you're going to have look. They have this compulsion to troll.
I get more comments like than any other because they hate Precept so much that
No, but they just can't help themselves in just spewing this vitriol.
every time I go live, it's like you have 100% more comments than other lives with your similar followers.
Well, I agree with you. I do trigger people. I plead guilty to that. Yeah, Malik, that's a gotcha question, and we're told in Scripture not to answer foolish questions. Okay, that's just a gotcha question.
Ultimately, their hatred and their comments just helps algorithms. So it's like a hater is just another
Well,
type of thing.
given my understanding of the Bible, that's not something God would command or ask me to do. But if I were in another time in human history, like if I was in the nation of Israel, God might command unaliving certain people for their extensive evil. But given my understanding of my view in biblical eschatology, that's not something God would do because it wouldn't be a part of him facilitating his plan of redemptive history. So it's just it's just a childish adolescent gotcha question.
I've been kind of thinking about how economic realities affect what we think of as right and wrong. You know how, like, if you stole a horse in the Wild West, that was punishable by being unalived. But if you steal a horse in 2024, it doesn't make sense to unalive a person for stealing a horse now.
That's because somebody's horse was their livelihood.
Exactly.
Back then,
Or could it be their protection against wild animals if they're traveling? Like if you got your horse stolen in the middle of like a trip, you could succumb to like dehydration, starvation, or exposure.
Yeah, I'm gonna start muting and blocking you people that are trolling in the text.
I think that's important to think about when you're looking at like ancient Near East laws. Like, of course, they have a different economic reality. Like, the resources back then probably aren't as abundant as they are in our society. So, what's going to seem right and wrong is going to be different. Like, if there's an apocalypse, a post-apocalyptic world with limited resources, the realities of ethics are going to change because it's just not the same. We have to make tough decisions.
Look, they can't falsify the God of the Bible. So if you can't falsify him, just slander and defame God. That's what they resort to doing. Okay, Disquarius, I'm going to mute you for trolling because you keep on posting and spamming the same thing all over again. So notice the multiplicity of.
I have to step away real quick.
Yeah, notice the multiplicity of attacks upon me in the text, and nobody has the balls to come up. Okay. Could somebody send an invite request? I just want to test if it's going to show up on my screen while Precept is away. So somebody send an invite request to test this out.
Oh, I can drop down and then request back up.
Okay, yeah, I just want to test it. Yeah, it's not showing up. Yeah, it's not showing up my ability to pull somebody up here. I don't know why. Okay, let's see. Interact. Nope.
Thought my cat
Yeah,
went away.
yeah, it's not showing up for me to get people.
I can bring some people up. Here we go. I'll bring it.
No, but I'm just saying, for me, it's not showing up on my screen to bring people up.
Huh.
I don't know why it's not. It's the multi-guest button is not showing.
Let me check.
So it shows me as in, and I'd sent a request about 30 seconds ago.
Because I added you.
Ah, okay. All right, you can kick me out. I just did that because Darth asked for a test.
All right, I have to reboot.
Yeah, you should be. He should be able to. I have him.
All right. I'll try exiting myself.
I can kick you. There you go. Oh, what? There's a bunch of people asking to come up, and they all left.
They're afraid of me. I don't say that with pride. I say it because it's obvious. They're literally afraid, and the people that do come up who are not afraid are almost always show that they're just obnoxious trolls.
Yeah, the ones who are like smart enough to like converse with you are smart enough known to not to converse with you.
Yeah. Welcome, John. Do you accept God as your creator?
No, I was coming up. Just you requested it because you wanted to test.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, precept. I'd only talk to you. This guy is just going to insult me, and I don't appreciate that at all.
Yeah, whine like a little schoolgirl. Yeah, I insult people when they have it coming. By the way, look, right on my screen, it's not showing for me to pull up people through an invite request.
I like insults. I like insult comedy. Oh crap!
Do you remember who was that dog on Conan, the puppet?
Oh,
Triumph the insult dog.
Yeah, Triumph the insult comic.
Oh, that guy is funny. Yeah, look, it's not showing up on my screen. Unmod me and then remod me. See if that works.
What are you seeing?
All right, I see it says subscribe, comment, mic, interact, rose, gift, and then the share arrow.
That's happened to me before. I'm not sure why that is.
See, this way I can't invite people up if you are AFK.
Yeah. Well, I'm here. I can watch it.
Okay. So once again, the intelligent, mature-minded unbelievers are afraid to talk with both of us. And those who aren't afraid come up and quickly show that they're just vile and obscene. You see, they don't actually like when their slogans are critiqued. Like when they say, there's no evidence for God, and I say, okay, so the assertion that there is no evidence of God entails that you're claiming that the world is to be reckoned as independent from God. What's the justification for that? And then they have a deer in the headlight moments. They can't justify that, right? Claiming there's no evidence for God is the equivalent of saying the world is to be categorized as being independent of God until shown otherwise.
No, he is requesting to come up.
Okay, well,
yeah, I'll
John,
play the dirty atheist. Just give me a beating, Darth. Go ahead.
Well, I'm only interested in talking with people that are sincere.
Yeah, I'm an atheist.
Good. Can you justify that?
In a way that you're going to be like, yeah, that makes so much sense? I don't think so.
No, that's not an intelligent response. Can you rationally justify atheism? Go.
For myself, yes.
Good. Go ahead. I'm waiting. Why are you keeping us in suspense?
What would you like me to say?
We're waiting.
What is the claim? Like, I don't get it. I want to understand the
You give it.
argument.
Yeah.
You're like,
Wow. Oh my gosh. Make a doctor's appointment. I could say a few choice things, but then I get suspended by TikTok. So use your imagination as to what I would say to that person. Look, if atheism is so rational, why aren't we seeing any rational representatives of atheism? Why aren't we seeing them? Where are they?
Yeah, I wanted to be a comedian when I was younger, and so like Conan O'Brien, I would watch his show all the time. I thought he was great. And now I can use comedy to make fun of atheists.
Yeah, they're just pathetic.
That's why I just get a kick out of it because I think the things they say are funny. Because in their attempt to the mental gymnastics they have to do to justify their position.
Well, it's just showing their bankruptcy. Respectfully sarcastic, come up and explain in specificity how we or I are being dishonest. Otherwise, you're just trolling and lying in the text, and I'm going to mute you. So if you come up, I'll remove the mute. But when you accuse us of being dishonest, I think that's dishonest. So come on up, and I'll remove the mute. Okay, you can explain with specificity. Otherwise, you're being dishonest when you accuse us of being dishonest. See, he doesn't have the balls to come up and defend his accusation. I believe that they get a perverse sense of even possibly sexual satisfaction when they post these antagonistic posts. I mean, why so many of them? They're obviously getting some type of perverse satisfaction out of it. Do I think dinosaurs lived with humans? Absolutely.
Me too. If you click your name, there might be like an option in the top right, like a 3 dots. And then if you click on that, it might get you to the multi-guest invite function.
All right, hold on a second. Click on my name. Okay. What did I do here?
I think you expanded your box.
Okay. What are we seeing on screen?
Those are like nuns.
My mic was muted. Those are not. So these are, my parents were Catholic. So these are some nuns I had from my dad.
Yeah. How old are they?
They go back to my grandma, so I figured I'd keep them.
Well, they might be valuable. They might be collectibles.
Yeah, that's true.
I would not throw those out. All right, I'm looking here. I don't see.
Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes, like when the button doesn't show up, maybe if you like click them. There's like a way to get to it. I can't remember how to describe it.
I know what you're talking about. I've experienced it. and it's just not.
I don't know, TikTok glitch, I guess. This app is not the best. But you definitely, because I checked the settings, and you have that ability, so it should be working on my end. It says you're a moderator, and then I went to, like, you can look at what you allow the moderator do. And you have the... Yeah. Oh, we just mute people. Well, people get muted because they're not. We're basically doing an interrogation, right? So you have to answer the questions. If you don't answer the questions, you get kicked. That's the rules.
This guy said, "Do you believe the Earth is flat, or do you deny the Bible as well?"
Yeah, no Bible scholar says the Earth is flat. You'd have a better chance of like talking about the firmament or something. But I can just easily explain that. The Bible's not making like scientific claims. How would you describe the firmament? I would say like it's just trying to communicate to people as they understand their cosmogony.
Well, first of all, the critics of the Bible want to make it some type of solid dome. Okay, now it's possible that before the flood, there could have been some type of ice or crystalline ice canopy at a certain point in the upper atmosphere. However, the firmament may not refer to something that's quote unquote solid, that it's simply a realm above the earth. Okay? But we don't have explicit knowledge as to what it is. So when people say that this is some type of Bible contradiction, referring to that it's a solid dome, you know that they're being utterly deceitful and deceptive in trying to impugn to the biblical word firmament something that's not clear from the text. Our best guess as to what the firmament refers to is something either the upper atmosphere or something like that.
It's the ozone.
Yeah, the ozone.
I just think of it as like that was like an ancient God talks to us on our level. So he's not going to talk to the ancient Israelites about the planet Uranus or something, right? Because they wouldn't even know, or like
I just believe it's just talking about some aspect of the upper atmosphere. That's all. It's no biggie. It's like when the Bible talks about the four corners of the earth, and they say, "You see, the Bible's false. There's no corners." When you actually look into, like, for example, in the New Testament, the Greek, it simply means the four angles or the four directions. But it's translated, how shall I put this? It's translated in the form of an idiom. The four corners of the earth is an idiom that is still used to this day, right? But you see, if you have this pathological hatred toward the Bible, when the Bible says the four corners in the English translation, you're going to go, "Oh, that's a contradiction." No, it's not. It's an idiom. Well, that's probably because you're young. You can actually look it up. There was an article recently written recently, a couple years ago, on the issue of soccer spreading to different parts of the world, and they said that the love and practice of soccer has spread to the four corners of the earth. It's an idiomatic expression.
had a lot of these like deconstruction people earlier that they want to talk about like, oh, did John write John? Did Luke write Luke and all that
Oh
crap?
yeah, it's so boring. Okay, it's just sad. It's just that you have to ask yourself, what is their emotional vendetta that keeps them at doing this? I personally believe it has to do. They have a vendetta, not so much about the God of the Bible, but toward certain religious family members who they were in conflict with, or who criticized them for becoming an unbeliever, and they're emotionally, they're vicariously getting even by, being these deconstructionists or atheists. I mean,
I think that's kind of
yeah.
understandable. Like, imagine being raised Mormon or Jehovah's Witness. Like, you wouldn't really have like Christianity if that
Okay,
was
would
like
you
your.
do me a favor? Block Audacity of this wish, because he's clearly trying to be defamatory and slanderous. So please block him, so he won't come into the live again.
Okay, I blocked him.
Yeah, thank you.
When
these
you
people
can block him too. When you block him, it blocks in my live.
Okay, then I'll do that. So you see, these people, they want to repeat internet rumors that atheists have posted about me, and they're just so stupid. So somebody makes a slanderous or defamatory statement about my personal life, so I guess that makes it true, right?
It's their job as a skeptic to believe all internet rumors, Darth.
Yeah. Like, just for example, not that I want to dwell on it, there is this one mental, and I mean this sincerely, I'm not trying to be funny or mean. There is this one mentally deranged female atheist who some people in the audience may know, who years ago thrived on antagonizing people from all walks of life, including her fellow atheists, who went on a screed saying that I was guilty of domestic violence, and specifically one of my children. It was entirely false, completely made up, but because she invoked it as though it was a fact, atheists started repeating it, and to this day they still repeat it, all because of this one mentally twisted female atheist. No, I'm not talking about that. And by the way, hey, Alan, come on up and explain how Shannon Q destroyed me. Okay. Let's see you come up.
I'm not talking about Shannon Q.
Yeah, I don't think you have the balls to come up, because Shannon Q didn't destroy me. There were atheists who watched the video and said that she was a train wreck, right? She didn't destroy me at all. She just resorted to completely absurd behavior because she couldn't handle answering my questions. So are you going to come up, Alan? No, you're not. Okay, good. So I'm going to... Okay, if you're going to slander me, you're going to get blocked. Anyone who watches the video between myself and Shannon Q Ducklips, anybody who has any brains at all would see that she didn't destroy me. She made herself look utterly incompetent. See, no intelligent atheists, because they're afraid. See, if I drop down, then they'll start lining up to come up on stage.
Actually, I'm kind of... I think they're getting kind of afraid of me, too. Like, I'm noticing it's getting harder to get people on stage some of these days.
All right, so look, this never ceases to amaze me how grossly immature they are. They just lie.
I don't know where they think like you can just like lie in a debate. Like I'm just not gonna know or like what.
All right, I'll drop down and watch. Mark my words. When I drop down, they'll get in line to try to come up on stage.
All right, we can see. Oh, there's someone coming up now.
Hey, so is this actually it for debate? Because I've popped in quite a few times and it just kind of sounds like you're just kind of only letting in people who don't believe in God, or that do believe in God, and like talking smack about them.
No, anyone's welcome to join. We're looking for people that disagree. Like we objectively prove Christianity.
Okay, well, I don't believe in God. I was heard you saying that like people who don't believe in him hate him, and that's just not true for me.
It is true.
How can I hate someone I don't believe in? That's like saying I hate unicorns, but they're not real.
Well, so God is like God is so obvious. It's like denying the elephant in the room, right? And there's no reason to deny it. And so
How is he obvious? Because as far as I know, he's everything that whenever a person who believes in God tries to prove his existence, all they have is the proof of the Bible. So what proof do you have other than things that are in the Bible?
well, we would have a proof would come from the Bible because the idea is that God has like revealed himself and his
Revealed himself in a book, though.
Yeah, he revealed himself through creation and also through the Bible. And the attributes
What makes you think God made you and not science when science makes more sense?
because the attribute set revealed in the Bible is necessary to do something.
Other than the Bible, please.
Yeah,
because
okay,
it is just a book.
Science requires there to be like order in the world, right?
Okay.
And so how would you like explain the order in the world without God? Because
science.
No, science can't explain that there's order. It just
Literally explains everything to its individual organism.
I don't know what you're talking about. There's a huge problem in science where they just assume that there's order in the world and they have no reason to think that's true, right? That's called the problem.
But I could say the same about believing in God.
No, you can't. Because God is a self-authenticating like starting point, right? And so science is not a self-authenticating starting point. It's not the same thing.
So I'll try my best to work with you here. Let's talk about every other religion then. There are so many other different gods. Who's to say yours is the right one?
Told you, because the attribute set revealed by God, the Christian God.
What attributes? What are you talking about?
That God is the ground of being.
But every religion says that.
No, not every religion. They don't. You need a perfect attribute set to be the ground of being, right? And that's the only God that has that attribute set is the Christian God.
Name the attributes.
Like God, the Christian God's Trinitarian, so that can ground unity and diversity in the world. Without a Trinitarian God, you couldn't ground unity and diversity in the world.
But with unity and diversity in the world, other religions have been made because really, if you think about it, the only reason why Christianity left America is because we brought it to other places. But before us, there was no Christianity.
You're not dealing. I'm presenting, like a logical argument or like an objective proof, right?
And I'm disputing it.
But you're not, because to dispute it, I'm saying like all the other religions don't have a Trinitarian God, right? So those religions, those gods, cannot ground unity and diversity. We experience unity and diversity. Only Christianity can ground unity and diversity. So Christianity is necessarily true and the other religions are false.
Okay. I have a feeling like this isn't actually a debate, and it's just going to turn into... So I'm actually going to head out, but you guys have a good day.
All right, I wish you well. So once again, when presented with the truth, they don't want to hear it.
Darth called it pretty much as he was dropping,
and then kind of asking questions.
People started coming back up.
That person was coming up when Darth. Yeah, that's true. I don't know. It's like I was just answering her question, and she's just like, "Oh my god, I'm gonna leave." Like what? Okay.
Hey,
Well,
can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, just a heads up. I'm feeling sick, so if my voice is like hoarse and quiet, that's why. But I'm just asking why you guys don't believe evolution is real when there's so much evidence that proves otherwise.
Because it contradicts the Bible.
Because it contradicts the Bible, but the Bible is a man-made book. How? I mean, that's not substantial. That's not a substantial argument when it's been proven that. What is evolution? What do you think evolution is?
Who made evolution?
That's not the question. You can't ask me a question with the question. What is evolution?
You said Bible's a man-made book, but isn't evolution a man-made theory?
It's not a theory. It's proven and it's fact. But yes, man discovered evolution. So again, what is evolution? What is evolution?
I'm looking to talk to rational people. I wish you well. Thank you for coming.
Oh, okay.
It's not a theory. It's called the theory of evolution. Welcome, guest. Do you accept God?
No.
Why not?
I don't find the Bible to be credible. I have a question about what you just said right now, right? You just said that you don't believe in evolution. Can I just hear the full story as to why?
What? I just don't believe in. I just don't believe in evolution. What's the big deal?
Well, like the other caller asked, what is evolution? Explain that, please. Because you don't believe that, like... I know Christians generally don't believe that, like, macroevolution. Are you still here, or...?
I had a phone call. Oh, explain what is evolution? Well, I don't know what you mean.
Well, what about evolution do you not believe?
That death and suffering was in the world before the fall of man.
That death and suffering was what again?
Death and suffering was in the world before man was created.
Okay. That's true, because before we became a species, that animals did die. That's true. Yeah.
I don't believe that.
Why not?
Because in the Bible, death enters the world when Adam and Eve sin.
Who says the Bible's true?
God.
Why does that matter? How do we know God exists?
Because God is the ultimate authority that determines what's true.
And how do we know that he exists?
Because you can't rationally deny his existence. It's impossible.
No. You could say that a God exists. You specifically are Christian, correct?
Yes. So, what proof do you have that the Christian God exists and no other God exists? Only the Christian God can explain or ground the unity and diversity that we experience in the world. How so? Other God. How so? Because we have the doctrine of the Trinity. What does the doctrine of the Trinity have to do with any of that? Because in the Godhead, we have diversity, 3 persons, and we have unity. They're united in the Godhead. Okay, so you said that before when the lady was here. Yes. What significance does that have at all? Because we experience unity and diversity when you talk, when you use words. You talk about unities, and for your words to be true and meaningful, those unities have to exist in some sort of like divine conceptual realm, or else the words you're saying aren't referring to anything in reality. Says who? Says who? Says who? The word, no, it does not. Explain how it does. I've never heard this before. So a word is like a token, and the word refers to something in the world, right? Like a basketball is a word, right? But that word refers to a thing in the world that we call a basketball, right? Right. Right. So when you use words, they have to refer to things. But basketball is also a group. It's a category of all instantiations that have the property basketball. So we could put all the basketballs into a group. So whenever you say basketball, that word refers to a group. But groups don't exist in the world, the natural world. Groups would only have existence in the divine mind of God. So that word wouldn't refer to anything in reality if you deny the existence of God. Okay. You just said that groups wouldn't exist in the normal world? What do you mean by that? You're saying without groups, that groups would not exist? Groups don't exist in the physical world. They're conceptual. And so you need a divine conceptual mind for them to have a reality. What do you mean they're conceptual? We could have groups. Groups are a concept, they're not physical. Basketball, the group of all basketballs. They're a concept, but you could have what do you mean they're not? What do you mean? Okay, if you take the word like, if you have 7 coconuts, right? Let's look at the definition. A group is 2 or more figures form a complete unit in a composition when there's a group, or a group refers to as any collection or assemblage of persons or things which can be related to in some way together as a unit. Yeah, you're a concept, but you're saying like there's 2 different basketballs, and you say that these basketballs are similar. They have a likeness. They're a kind. Right. There's a connection. There's a connection between them, that they share a property. The property basketballness. Right. And so, for those connections to be real, for there to be connections to things, there has to be intention. Something has to be intending for there to be a connection. If there's no intention for that connection of the property, then there's no reason to think that there is a connection. And if there's no connection, then you couldn't make sense of our experience. Because when we talk about the world as if there's inherent connections between things in the world. I mean, yeah. And that only can be real if there's a God. If you deny God, then the words you say don't refer to anything in reality. They do refer to anything in reality because we have assigned meaning to certain things. What do you mean? You thinking that requires there to be a connection or a similarity between things, and that requires there to be something purposing the connection, an intention. Yeah. I'm talking about when you say the word basketball, that would implicitly imply that God exists, because the word basketball wouldn't refer to anything. It wouldn't have any meaning if there was no intention that was connecting basketballs to each other. There'd be no connection between the group. There has to be purpose to reality to connect these things together so that they share properties. Well, there doesn't need to be a purpose to reality to assign a meaning. Okay, you don't know what you're talking about. I'm holding a cup. It's called a cup. You're holding a cup.
It's a
Crunk
cup.
cup.
We know what it does.
It's
That's a cup.
a crunk cup.
Huh?
A crunk cup.
A what?
You're getting crunk. You got a crunk cup.
Right.
We're getting crunk. Liddy. Yeah. You got your crunk cup. Okay.
I mean, I don't really see how that at all proves anything. It just proves that. I mean, I don't get what that means.
Because a cup would imply there's inherent connections between objects that are called cups. Like there's a group of things called cups. So there's a connection in the group. There's similarity. There has to be purpose in the world for there to be connection between things in the world. If there's no purpose, there's no connection. So you wouldn't be able, when you say I have a cup, that wouldn't mean anything because there's no such thing as a group of cups.
Yes, there are. There's a group of cups. There's an object.
Only because there's a God, though. God is necessary for that. That's what I'm saying.
There isn't. How is God necessary?
Okay. Because without purpose and intention, there's no inherent connection. Without inherent connection, there's no similarity between the cups. Without similarity between the cups, there's no group of cups. If there's no groups, then we can't explain anything we experience because we talk about things in terms of categories and groups.
So why do we need God to assign meaning to something?
I just told you.
What do you mean you just told me? That is, you didn't explain.
Thank you for coming. I wish you well. Thank you for coming. Holy
You
crap.
make no sense, man.
That makes no sense. Nothing makes sense. I decided there's no God, but I can't understand unity. But I can understand there's no God. When you say unity, I don't know what that is, but I know there's no God. I can't understand the concept of unity, but I've grasped atheism is true somehow.
God. Where do they grow these people?
Yeah, dude. Didn't you know science proves that the basketball's there? No, you know science? Have you ever heard of science before, Precept? You know that stuff that they teach in school? You probably haven't heard of that science stuff. You're talking about all this God nonsense, huh?
Because science doesn't really matter when it comes down to it. It doesn't. Like science, like
it was
science
sarcasm.
doesn't create
sarcasm.
anything. God created everything. Science just proves the basic points. That's all it does.
Bro, it was sarcasm.
Oh. I thought you were taking it serious. I was like, bro, what?
So do you accept God as your creator?
Absolutely. That's why even though you're like join up if you disagree, but keep it up, bro.
Okay.
At the end of the day, like you can't make people it. It's good that you're planting seeds in people though.
I'm just trying to make them realize that they're not neutral because they think they're being honest and neutral and approaching like evidence without a bias. But the fact is that we all have bias. Confirmation bias is a thing. And that really you just don't want the Bible to be true. You don't like Jesus. That's it. Like
whatever good is bad and whatever bad is good in this world. Like it's crazy. And plus too, like God, like that's why we have to preach to people because that's the only reason why we're here on this earth is to tell people about God, to be honest with you. But people just need to see proof and they want to see evidence and they want to see like why is he real and everything. You just need to have a personal relationship with him and it's not even about religion.
Yeah, we also have to defend the faith though. Well, we don't have to, but we should. It states in 1 Peter 3:15. If you ever get a chance to look at that verse.
Mm.
We have to be ready to give a defense for our faith.
Yeah. Because didn't Jesus debate with people back in his day?
A lot of people disagree with it, but I would say, yeah, Jesus debated. I would say that Paul debated.
No, Paul did for sure.
Yeah.
because I was.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I was telling my Christian friends how, like, you know, debating isn't necessarily wrong if you conduct yourself in the correct way, and they were just saying, nah, debating's wrong. The Bible doesn't support debating. Yada yada yada.
In Acts, Paul goes to in Athens where they debate, and he debates them. What are they talking about?
Yeah, no, I tried telling them that, and they were like, nah, Paul didn't debate. He's just defending the faith. Like it gets me a little aggravated.
They all laughed at him, like atheists laugh at us today. They laughed at Paul, and Paul wrote about it in his letters. He kept saying like how they'll see us as foolish and stuff, and he says Christ is foolishness to the Greeks because they're obsessed with human wisdom and stuff. And he says human wisdom is folly.
Yeah, and if people in this chat are atheists, then look up atheists turning to God, and there's stories right there why they turned, and like why did they start believing in God. If you can't figure it out, but yeah, man, keep doing what you're doing. But yeah.
I mean, I love doing this, so well.
Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate the encouragement.
No problem.
Yeah, I get really frustrated when Christians come up here. I can take constructive criticism, but it's like, look, I'm putting myself out here. I'm doing my best. I'm trying to represent Christianity in, like, you know, respectful, faithful manner. I'm not perfect. I'm doing my best, but like, a lot of Christians will give me a harder time than the atheists. I'm just like, why? Like, we're on the same side here. What is this?
Yeah, right. A lot of people just they come in at the wrong time. Like they don't.
I think they have sort of an ideal. Like Jesus is an ideal, but it's not a reality. Like we're not Jesus. You can't expect me to be perfect. I'm not perfect. So we have to be realistic of what we expect from people. And I feel like sometimes if I'm not perfect, if I'm not Jesus, like they're just gonna ridicule me. And that's not reasonable.
Right. Yeah, I really think most of it is that they come in at the wrong time, because especially like Darth, like you and Darth, you really start off like in a genuine conversation with somebody, and then once they start being disrespectful and like dodging the questions, you do start to get like a little mad. I don't see the problem with it, but Christians come in at the time where you're kind of putting them in their place, for the lack of a better term, and that they really just don't have it. They're like, oh, that's mean, that's not Christ-like, and I disagree with that.
Proverbs says open rebuke is better than hidden love. If someone's behaving bad, they deserve to be rebuked.
Right. Like, I don't know. In today's day and age, I think we need more defenders of the faith. Like, there's a lot of pussies, and they just don't really care to defend Christianity. They just want to be all like pacifist, lovey-dovey. But in reality, Jesus came to bring a sword, like the truth, to divide the bad from amongst the good, or the good from amongst the bad, however you want to put it. So in reality, we're not all going to just get along. Well, I commend you and Darth for even considering to come on these streams and openly defend Christianity, because we need more people like this. A lot of people just don't even consider it. And I hate when they ask, Does God need you to defend Christianity? Like, obviously not, but that's something that we should be doing. Like, I've gotten that question from Christians. I tell them about how, like, you know, in a sense, debating is constructive when you're doing it in the correct way. And then they say like stupid stuff like that. Like, does Christ need you to defend Christianity? Like, come on. Let's be realistic. Darth come on these streams for ego-based reasons. He's
Sorry.
looking to pick fights, not defend. Nah, not Darth's picture literally says defending the Christian worldview. Sorry, what were you gonna say, Precept?
Oh, I've been kind of eating. I finally finished.
I know, that's good. I get it.
Thanks for filling the dead air.
No problem.
But yeah, we don't need to do this, I guess. We're really just called on, we have to love God, we have to love others. We have to express that love through our actions. I think, like, when I listen to people, I think listening is an act of love. I definitely spend a lot of time on here listening to what they say to me. I don't agree with it. I think a lot of what they say is nonsense. And there are times where I'll interrupt them and stuff, but I make an effort to listen to people, hear them out, and then, you know, I try to present the gospel in sort of a rational way where if maybe there are people that do need more than blind faith, that they want logical proof, and I can provide that to people. Maybe believers have doubts, and I can provide logical proof. Look, you can have an actual logical proof for your position. You don't have to just say, I have blind faith that it's true. So I don't know if people don't think that's valuable. I mean, that's fine, but I think, yeah, I agree with you. Like, I think it's a good thing to do. So.
Right, and I really hold to the position that us as Christians are called to do different things. Like, some of us are called to be pastors, missionaries, evangelists, and, you know, some even a mix. But especially like you and Darth, it seems that you're called to defend the faith in the front lines. Which, I mean, I personally don't see a problem with it, but it sucks how even, like you said, people on our own side are trying to like criticize us.
Mm-hmm. That's what I get frustrated the most with, because like I don't really expect we can't really expect anything if someone's not a Christian. We can't expect them to like do the right thing because they're not a Christian, so they have no obligation to act like a Christian. But if they're engaged in a debate, well, now you're in a debate, and in a debate there's certain rules, so we can expect non-Christians to sort of conduct themselves and follow the rules of the debate. If you're not following, like, think about playing Monopoly with someone who keeps stealing from the bank. Wouldn't you be like, hey, you can't steal from the bank? That's cheating, right? And you would rebuke them for cheating. Well, this is what me and Darth are doing. When they lie, you're not allowed to lie in a debate. They're making moves. They're making illegal moves in a debate. Debates have rules. They're not following the rules. We don't expect them to be Christians, but they have to follow the rules of the debate. So, I'm a lot more tolerant with non-Christians. Like but in a debate, when they break the rules, it's frustrating. It's like playing Monopoly with someone that's cheating. Anyone is going to be frustrated. And it's easy to judge me when you're not in the position, when you're not playing Monopoly and someone's cheating at Monopoly. I mean, imagine me. Oh, why are you mad? Why don't you be nice to them and let them cheat? I mean, what? And yeah, I expect more from Christians. So when Christians give me a hard time, it's like, it makes me more upset than when atheists do.
Yeah, that's so true. Wait, what is this guy saying? They aren't called to defend. They just want to debate to convince themselves they're right. Yeah, I think that'd be obvious if that was the case. But if you carefully analyze what you're hearing and the way Darth and Precept debate, you would realize that that's not the case.
Well, I'll admit that I enjoy debate. I like games. I I like video games too. I like chess. I like any Scrabble. I like games. Debate's a type of game. I like to play the game. So I like doing this. I enjoy it. So if that's wrong, then I guess I'm wrong. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't see what the problem is like enjoying the challenge. Like I don't see that. And like this guy was trying to say, I don't trust your ability to discern any of this. Well, I don't think you know a smidge about discernment. I mean, you're the one openly lying in the text chat. You're making assumptions. I don't think that's very faithful of you in the conversation.
No one. Oh crap! I gotta plug my phone in. I'm about to die.
Okay, I'll name one lie that she made. I'll just reread what she said. They aren't called to defend. They just want to debate to convince themselves they're right. See, that's an assumption, and that's a lie. To my understanding. You want to correct yourself? Or are you just gonna lie? Oh, that's an opinion. Well, then why did you state it like it was a truth claim? Why didn't you say like it seems or to my understanding? Or my opinion? You could have just said in my opinion. These people are funny. Oh Lord. Next time you wonder why your religion is rapidly declining, look no further than yourself. Yeah, what am I doing? These people are crazy. We're not even religious, dude. I mean, Precept might be, but I'm not even a religious person. I follow the truth. And if you don't like that, then I mean, you could just swipe your screen.
What do you mean you're not religious?
I would say that I'm not religious.
You're a Christian, aren't you?
Yeah, but I don't think you have to be like categorized, like deemed as religious if you're a follower of Christ.
Like it's more of a personal relationship than a religion or something?
Yeah, it's kind of like that, yeah. I would hold to that. Because it seems like when people hear like religion, they associate it with like Islam and Hinduism, like kind of like the things where the actual religions, if you're Christian.
I think Christian is unique. It's more of like it's more about a relationship with someone, a relationship with Jesus.
Yeah, that's why I like to say that I'm not religious, because people get the wrong idea when you kind of just state that like you're religious. Like I said, like Islam and other like actual religions where you have to like do good deeds to outweigh the bad deeds that you've done, like works-based. Even Catholicism, I think I hold to the position that Darth holds to on that. I think it's a cult.
Yeah, I was raised Catholic, and I think at like the top, like the Vatican, it's like been infiltrated by some satanic cult or something. like Catholics themselves are fine. It's just the institution at the top, the power. It's obviously corrupt because like what they did.
Right, and people, like, I don't know, I just have a problem with people who aren't, like, sola scriptura. Like, not necessarily with them, but the belief that we have to adhere, like, listen to a church father and, like, people of the Catholic Church to get the correct interpretation. Because, I mean, Martin Luther had to, like, create the Reformation because people were of the Catholic Church were openly creating how do I phrase this? They're openly creating like a false belief within Christianity. Like I'm sure you know about it.
It's what I can't remember the name where you'd have to buy your forgiveness. You have to pay money to get your sins forgiven.
Yeah, or like for a special place in heaven, which I just after I learned about that, I just can't. I'd rather just let the Bible interpret the Bible.
Well, you got to realize the Bible says, like, I mean, humans are corrupt, so I look at it as like Lord of the Rings. The idea in Lord of the Rings is that like power is kind of bad. Like Frodo offers Galadriel the ring, and she refuses the ring. She refuses power, and that's like virtuous. In Christianity, it's virtuous to refuse power because we know that power will corrupt, and then it destroys itself. So that's the path to destruction, is like seeking power. And that's what people tend to do. So when the church had power, when the institution of the church, even though it's religious, power corrupted it. So just like Sauron.
What's up?
Oh, do you accept God as your creator?
So what reason did God create the universe for?
I think it was because he wanted to have a loving relationship with humans.
So why not just put us in heaven automatically? That doesn't make any sense.
He wants people to freely choose him, and so when we rebelled, he had.
What about babies that die that can't be chosen to believe in Christ because they're dead?
Please let me finish. Like, I'm not like talking long.
I'm sorry, your points just don't make sense, dude.
So God has a plan of redemption. We rebelled. He made things good, and we rebelled. And so he allows unpleasant things to occur so we don't love the world and we love God.
So if I was to be a Muslim and be a good person, I'd go to hell?
I don't... The Bible...
Because you claim God exists. So if God exists and I'm a Muslim, I believe God exists, right? So I shouldn't go to hell.
The Bible isn't...
Now, don't bring up the Bible. You said God exists. We're talking about
Thanks
God.
for coming. I wish you well. I mean, if you're not even going to let me talk, like, come on.
Yeah, I hate when people say that. Like, we aren't to determine who doesn't go to heaven.
Did you see how that? Yeah, I couldn't even talk. Did you see how, like, when I would start to answer him, he'd just start talking again?
Yeah, even before that, you asked him, does he accept God as his creator? And he just asked you a question. He didn't even answer.
Yeah, and I'm running. You literally sat here running from everything I said.
Hello?
Welcome.
Hey, just to get this on the table, I don't believe in God, to be frank with you. Like, I'd like to, but it's just not plausible for me. But the thing that's stopping me, right, is if I don't believe in God, I don't go to heaven, right? This is true.
I don't know, dude. Do you think I decide who goes to heaven and hell?
Well, you read the Bible, and that's what the Bible says.
What?
You read the Bible, and that's what the Bible says.
The Bible says I decide who goes to heaven and hell.
Well, if you're not Christian, you go to hell. I mean, you don't
Who
believe in
decides?
Jesus.
Who decides who goes to heaven and hell?
God allegedly does.
Right? Am I God?
Bro, are you read the Bible?
Am I
You should know
God?
this stuff.
Am I God?
Oh my God.
Am I God?
You should know this stuff. It is
You
said in the
think I'm
Bible.
God. Why are you asking me questions like as if I'm God? I'm clearly not God. I'm a human. I don't make that
Because you
decision.
speak the word
Ask
of
God.
his, apparently.
Ask God, dude. I'm not the person to ask. You're asking the wrong person.
Oh my God. Then if I've asked him a million times
So why
before,
do you
like,
hate?
I've wanted the sign from him and I've never gotten it.
So why do you hate God?
I don't hate God. There's no reason to hate God. I just think it's
Then why don't you hate
extremely
him?
ignorant how he's allegedly a super kind person and doesn't hurt people and doesn't do any of this stuff, and then proceeded to like curse the Egyptians and like curse their newborn babies, the ones that didn't even do anything. Like, like, come on, he did that.
Mm-hmm.
So like, why did he do that in the same books where he says he doesn't curse like their kin, like their children? He won't curse somebody's children for the sins of their parents, and then proceeded to curse the babies of the Egyptians and their firstborns. Like what?
He warned the Egyptians. He said, let my people go.
Did he warn their unborn babies?
They didn't. They could have chose to let their people go, and none of those bad things would have happened. They chose to have the bad things happen because they refused to listen.
But what did the babies do?
What did
the unborn babies do to get cursed?
They had parents that made bad. When your parents,
No, but the Bible also says that they will not be, they will not suffer for their father's, problems.
Stop. When parents make bad decisions, that affects the children.
No, it shouldn't though. God says he won't curse someone or get them in trouble for their father's sin.
What's the reality?
That's a misinterpretation of scripture.
What's the reality? What if your parent makes a decision to gamble all their money and then they can't feed their children? What did the child do to deserve that?
The God did not force the parent to gamble. That's the parent's fault. They weren't cursed to gamble all their life savings away.
You need to focus. Isn't it the case that the choices that parents make affect what happens, the outcome of the lives of their children?
Yes, but God isn't
That's the
stepping in
reality.
and cursing the person who
Isn't that a
gambled their
reality?
money.
So what is your problem with that?
Because
is there a problem with that?
Yes, there is a
The
problem
choices-
with wanting to do that. There's a problem with not wanting to give your child a good life. There's a problem with making somebody be born and put into a bad situation and just, just like giving them a bad time because of your own ignorance.
Yeah, based on what objective standard are you appealing to say anything's good or bad?
My own, I can think for myself. I can understand that I don't want to hurt somebody else. I don't need a book to tell me not to hurt other people, which includes
Why should I care
child.
about your opinion?
Huh?
Why should I care about your opinion? We're in a debate.
Explain to me that your book does not say the same damn thing I'm saying. You don't.
Okay, so in my since you want to use opinions to prove things, well, in my opinion, the Bible's true. I win the debate. Thank you for coming.
Don't act as if it's an objective
So now
truth.
that I've proved the Bible, are you going to be a Christian?
No, dude, I'm saying that's not an objective truth. You just said it's an opinion. It's not a truth.
You used your opinion to prove that God is evil. So I used my opinion to prove that the Bible's true.
God is evil. I'm just asking, why did he do that?
Oh my God.
Like, why?
I was just lying.
I'm not saying God is
evil. So God is the single unifying principle that's going to be necessary to explain.
Are you going to talk about basketballs again, man?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Without a single unifying principle, you couldn't prove it or explain anything.
Well, I don't understand what you mean by single unifying principles. That doesn't make any sense. You're saying nothing. You name things all the time. Do you know what slang words are?
There's classes and categories.
Can you tell me what slang is?
Yeah.
Yeah, what is it?
Slang, it's just like when teenagers invent words to mean things like...
Yeah, we're making up words to mean things. They don't even have to relate to the original word.
Okay. So it's
So what
are
you're saying
you
is we
saying that?
can in fact make up language and relate it to other things.
Yeah, no one. That has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
God, your basketball thing makes no sense because we actively make words.
The only way we can make we experience categories of things, right? And groups of things. And so to make sense of our experience, those categories and groups have to be real, which means there has to be an inherent connection or similarity to the things that are real. That when we talk about it, it's a real thing. So the words we use have meaning.
Yeah,
They're
they do, and we assign
reality.
those meanings.
Yes, but those meanings reflect reality, right?
Yeah.
And if there's no category or group in reality because you deny God, then you have a problem with making sense of the words you're saying,
That's
right?
not true.
How is that not true?
If I sit here right here and I call you a dumbass, it's because I can see that you're a dumbass.
Okay.
I don't need God to tell me that.
Sure
He's
you
not
do.
making you as a person a dumbass.
Sure you do. A dumbass would be a category or a group. And you're saying that
I'm assigning you too.
Right. You're saying I'm similar. There's a connection between me and that category. So what is connecting me to the category dumbass?
You're being
the Christian
dumbass.
God.
You're saying
No, it's the Christian. It's the Christian God, you dumbass.
The Christian God is calling you a dumbass.
The Christian God would provide the connection so you could say that I'm a dumbass, that there would be a similarity between me and the group dumbass.
So it's like not my brain thinking that, it's him?
It's a single unifying principle. So you're assuming the single unifying principle. I say it's God. What do you say the single unifying principle is that you use when you speak?
My words? I don't know, man. Like
my words? I don't know. See, God's rational, right? Because I have a single unifying principle. Now I'm rational. You're not rational. Did you just want to be irrational? You don't care about having proof for what you say or meaning to your words? You don't care?
There's obviously meaning to my words because I assign them that, and other people assign the words that I'm saying to them. You can misinterpret what I'm saying all you want.
Then everything you say is arbitrary. That you don't have objective truth. Then you're just inventing. You're just making things up. I'm not making things up. I'm saying there's a real world based on God's revelation. If you deny that, the world becomes imaginary because you wouldn't be able to even.
Yeah, there is a real world.
But how do you prove that?
I have eyeballs.
No, human reason and observation is not enough to get us to actual reality. All you have is
reasoning and observation, not enough to prove anything.
That only gets us to the way we perceive the world. It doesn't get you to the actual world. So you become a solipsist. You're like Neo in the Matrix. You're a brain in a vat. You can't escape that.
What?
You need God to escape the brain in the vat. You're a brain in a vat unless you believe in God.
So you're saying you can just like see things that I can't?
I'm saying if your position was true, you would be a solipsist, which means the external world and other minds are make-believe. They're not real. You wouldn't be able to prove that they're real. And to avoid that absurdity, we have to accept God's revelation so we know the external world is real and that other minds exist. There's no other way.
You're saying nothing, man. You're just saying that
I'm saying
for yourself. That's all you're saying. You're saying that you yourself cannot think and you need God to do it for you. That's all you're saying.
I'm saying that if God isn't real, then the external world and other minds aren't real.
Why? What?
I just explained it. You get stuck. You're stuck in your head.
You're saying that because God isn't real, I'm not real. You aren't real. Everything else isn't real. Like,
yes.
What?
What?
You're saying nothing.
I'm saying you have to be a Christian. You're at a crossroads. You have to accept Christianity or radical skepticism. It's
so
one
if
or
I
the
go
other.
into radical skepticism, do I go blind? Do I see nothing?
No.
Like, do I not understand anything?
No, you just live a fantasy. It's fantasy world.
Dude, your world is fantasy. You admit yourself there's no evidence of
I'm a
God.
realist. I'm a realist.
You're not a realist. A realist would
No,
explain things with
I'm a
what they
realist.
can
I believe
see
in a
and
real
know.
world. I believe in a real world that's justified because God revealed it to me.
What do you mean by justified?
I have epistemic justification that the external world is real because ultimate reality is a personal creator God that revealed to us that he created the world and he designed us in a way that we can know the external world and that our senses are reliable since he intended it to be so.
But
Without
what you're
that
saying
intention,
is you're using your senses to understand the world.
what I'm saying is that with God's revelation as a foundation for believing in my senses that I can know things.
So he gave you senses so you can know things. And you can figure it out yourself, which is what the senses are for. Correct? Why would he give you the senses if he didn't want you to figure things out?
He does want us to figure things out. But
So
the
then
problem
he's
is,
not giving you anything. He's giving you the tools to do it, but he's not doing anything else.
no, he's so
If
reason.
I give you a screwdriver, am I the one unscrewing it? No, I'm not. I'm giving you the screwdriver so you can do it.
Uh-huh.
So he's giving us the tools to understand and do things, is what you're saying.
Right.
So then God isn't doing a thing.
Sure he is. He through his divine providence, he orders the world. So there's regularity in the world. He's doing lots of things. He designs our minds, right? So that we can trust our minds, our senses. Without intention or design, there'd be no reason to think that our senses or our cognitive abilities are accurate to reflect the world as it actually is. You'd be stuck in perceptions. All you would have is your perceptions of the world. Your human reason and observation alone, without the aid of God, cannot get you to actual reality. It just gets you to a perceptual reality.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. What, you hate the truth? So really,
no, you're just saying nothing, man. You're saying that the world that we're experiencing is not real, and it's just a figment of our imagination. It's like God has created and given to us.
I believe it's real. I'm a realist. I'm saying if you deny Christianity, then physical objects are like imaginary or fantasy. It's like Harry Potter. You're living a Harry Potter world, fictional world. It's not real.
But it's in front of me.
Yeah, but without Christianity as a basis, it's just your imagination. It doesn't matter if it's in front of you, because just because you perceive something to be in front of you doesn't mean your perception is actually in front of you. The thing you perceive is actually in front of you.
He gave me my eyes so I could see that.
You just have a perception. Well, that's only if there's a God, though. So if there's no God, then all you have is a perception, and that doesn't get you anywhere. You can't know things with all you have is human reason and observation. That would destroy intelligibility. You wouldn't be able to know.
You're saying God created everything. You're just saying that, we don't have any say in anything we do.
No, I'm just saying that if there's no God, human reason and observation alone would not be enough to make knowledge possible or to explain how we can learn things about the world. That God
is saying you base everything off of God and that you only for Him.
Our observations and our reasons need aid from God to make sense of them. Without the aid of God, you can't make sense.
I've lived long enough to realize that I don't need God to explain what is right and what is wrong, or what is in my face and what is not.
Really?
I did that when I was a baby, man. Like, even before I knew God was real, I knew what the fuck was happening.
Well, then how would you know reality as it actually is and not reality as you perceive it to be without God?
I don't even know what you're saying, man.
There's a difference between our perceptions of the world and as the world actually is. And how do you get from the perception to the world as it actually is without the aid of God? What?
You're just saying it's like a spiritual world. That's the real world. What? I don't know what you're saying. Seriously, you're trying to tell me that I can only see things if God lets me see it or whatever. I don't get what you're saying.
Do you understand that there's a difference? Like you could like have a hallucination and perceive something that's not actually there in the world.
Yes, I have experienced hallucinations.
Right. So then the question is how do we know the world as it actually is? Because our mental, our cognitive or there's mental structures that impose themselves on how we experience the world. So all we have is a perception of the world. We see the world through like these mental structures that we impose upon the world. So how do we get behind our mental structures imposed upon the world to get to how the world actually is? That's impossible without God's revelation. So if you deny God's revelation, you can never know what the world actually is. You get stuck in perceptions of the world, which is solipsism, which is absurd. You see? You can't deny God's revelation.
No, you're just, I don't know. I'm living life fine. I mean, I can see things. I can do all this fine.
Because Christianity is true. That's why.
Because Christianity is the reason I can see.
Yes.
Why hasn't he taken away my right to see even though I valiantly don't believe in him?
If you love something, you let it go. And if it comes back to you, then the love is true.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So God, he loves you, so he lets you in your foolishness reject and rebel against him because he loves you.
If he truly cared and loved about everybody unconditionally, he'd understand people's skepticism when they get to the pearly gates, okay? He'd understand why people are skeptics of him, okay? He'd understand why it's wrong to just ignorantly believe in something and have no faith. That is how cults get started. It happens all the time, okay? He'd understand that I
take that chance. You can take that chance, but I would
why I
worry.
wouldn't want to take that chance because he's all loving and all knowing. He'd understand that. He'd understand the effort that I've put in to attempt to believe in him. He'd understand that all the good stuff that I have done. Like he'd understand that if he was all knowing.
I hope you're right, because I would hate to be internally separated from God in an afterlife. That sounds bad. So I hope you're right.
Real.
What?
That's if he's real.
Oh, he's obviously real. There's no denying. You can't rationally deny him.
He's gonna bring up the basketball thing again. I'm gonna go insane.
Well, do you want to try to rationally? Do you think you can rationally deny the existence of God?
Dude, you're just gonna bring up the basketball thing and say a word salad and say nothing again.
All right. Well, thanks for coming. I wish you well. Hopefully, you can tell God that your skepticism was justified, and He'll agree with you. And then
he should if he actually understood people.
Yeah.
If he understood that it's wrong to ignorantly believe in something, without thinking about it.
All right, man. Well, I wish you well. Good luck.
Yeah, man.
Good luck at the pearly gates.
It sounds like he's willing to take that chance.
Yeah, do you think God's gonna? What do you think God's gonna think of that guy's argument? Hopefully, the guy wants to debate God. I don't know. I don't want to debate God. I'm just gonna do what God says.
Yeah, you objectively proved the existence of God, and he wasn't even willing to understand it.
No, but he wants to believe, but he just doesn't want to believe what I say. Apparently, I guess I don't know.
Oh, right, because you're just, just spewing word salad.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
How we doing today?
Doing pretty well. Getting a lot of emotional atheists who think they're rational, but they're really not.
Yeah, I don't think you can rationally argue God. It's kind of pointless.
Well, I just did.
Argue against him. Sorry.
Oh, okay. So are you a Christian?
No.
No. What are you an atheist or agnostic?
No, I'm agnostic. But can we start from the beginning and make a new basketball? I just joined and that was a little heightened emotional.
Not really.
There's a lot of words. A lot of words.
Uh-huh.
So I'm a little lost. What are we doing here?
Well, I prove God. I say like God is like a necessary precondition to have an intelligible experience. So, like the fact that we're having this conversation, for example, that would be like a proof, an objective proof that the Christian God's real. Because only if the claims in the Bible are true could we really have a meaningful, truthful conversation in the first place. So
There's no intelligible way to attribute it to the five senses.
no, yeah, if we all we have to rely on is like sense data, that would make intelligibility impossible.
So
Because
other animals cannot have this discussion, heart to heart.
yeah, I don't think animals can debate. I'm not aware. Do you know any animals that debate?
they're like a hierarchy of squirrels, and one gets kicked out.
Aside from atheists, of course.
Sorry. So why do you think God exists? That's why? Because of
Yeah,
conversation?
because I think he's necessary to, like, he's so foundational and fundamental to reality that his denial leads to like a breakdown. Reality sort of would like fall apart.
So incoming word salad, but I just argued with a naturalist, agnostic, and he says that it's from the Big Bang, but he doesn't believe in an uncaused cause or an infinite regress. And I'm a little confused. If it's not God, what's another possibility?
Oh, see, I wouldn't argue that God is the cause of the universe. I think that's a fallacious argument. Yeah, that's very fallacious argument. I would say that God is necessary for causality. For cause and effect to be true, God would be necessary for cause and effect. And so, since cause and effect causality is necessarily true to even experience anything in the world, therefore God must exist to experience anything in the world. So to deny God would be to deny that we experience the world.
So everything's just energy of God?
What?
Everything that we're dealing with right now is just energies of God.
No, we're just God's creation. Not everything is energy.
Okay, you're right. I don't know the first thing about energy, but sorry about that. Hold on.
Everything would like. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know the first thing about energy, but so God created everything, and we're in it now, right?
Yeah, we're in
kind of
creation.
we're kind of playing with God's his creation. We are his creation, right? Or am I wrong?
Correct. You're correct. Yeah.
Huh. So do you believe that we're prime apes or no?
No, I think we're made in the image of God. I don't believe we are made in the image of a great ape.
We're made in the image of the great.
Yeah. Wouldn't you rather be made in the image of God than made in the image of an ape?
Why can't apes be the image of God?
Well, where's the revelation that would tell you that? We would only know about God if God reveals it to us. So,
Well, so science isn't, science comes from the word. I'm pretty sure it comes from like conscience. Conscious, like conscience, where you put two things together.
So if you had a choice, like hypothetically, right? Like you could be made in the image of God or you could be made in the image of an ape. What would you choose?
Would I rather be made in the well, I'm not sure. I want to know the objective truth. And I will like proof for that because people are saying evolution, chicken versus the egg.
It was kind of a dodge to my question.
Well, I don't really want to answer it, would you rather. I want to know the objective truth. I'm professing I have no clue.
I never want to answer my questions. Well, it's objectively true that Christianity is the case because if you deny the Christian God, you wouldn't be able to explain anything. The claims of the Bible are necessary to explain anything at all.
But that's not true because what about math? Math is not in the Bible, and we can explain math.
Not without the claims of the Bible.
That's not true.
Sure it is. So
there was math before the Bible.
Would you agree that 1 and 2 have different properties?
No.
1 and 2 have the same properties.
Agreed.
So 1 plus 2 is what?
It's 3, but it's still 1. It's just a multiplier of one. Catching my drift, like the tripartite Holy Spirit.
Okay,
Holy Trinity.
I'm looking to talk to rational people.
Rational people, I understand.
Clearly, 1 and 2 do not have the same properties.
Why not? I'm confused.
One is totally like one coconut would have different properties than 2 coconuts.
Oh yeah, as a quantifier, but not as a multiplier. The objective 1 and the objective 2 are the same thing.
One has different attributes than 2.
One has different attributes than 2?
Yes.
What are they? I'm confused. Help me.
Are 1 and 2 the same thing? Or are they different?
Are there a number? I'm confused. Answer it. I don't know. Help me. Like what? Help. What does menstrual mean? Are you getting menstrual? Does that mean angry? Someone said host is getting menstrual. Sorry, let me turn the chat off. It's distracting me. Are 1 and 2 the same thing or no?
Does the number, do they have the same definition?
Okay, I'm gonna say yes. It seems like you want me to say yes. I'm gonna go with yes.
It seems like
I'm not trolling. I'm not trolling.
You're not. It seems like you're trolling. It seems like you're not rational. It seems like you're very emotional.
No, what? No. You seem emotional. They're saying you're getting menstrual. I'm a little confused and I'm asking for help here.
You're confused. Okay, so do you understand that 1 and 2 have different definitions, or is that confusing?
All right. Okay, yes. You're saying like O-N-E and then T-W-O, right? 2 different
Thanks
things.
for coming. I wish you well. I wish you well. Wow. Simple arithmetic. Can't understand it.
Oh, there's a lot of them today. Dang.
Unbelievable. 1 + 1 = 2? What do you mean? I've never heard of that. I'm an atheist.
These people are a prime example of that one verse in I think it's 1 Timothy or 2 Timothy, I'm not sure, where it explains what people will be like in the last days. And it's crazy how the Bible predicts these people.
Yeah. And all their attempts to debunk the Bible, they verify the Bible. That's the amazing thing about the Bible.
Right, the more these people mock God, the more the more the Bible is consistent.
Welcome,
like
Paul.
Thank you. So I have a question.
Sure.
Do you believe that God communicates with people?
Well, a prophet is someone that communicates for God, like an avatar.
I mean, just like the average regular person, do you think God communicates with them?
Well, yeah, he reveals himself to everyone, but it's not like he talks to them like a conversation or something.
Are you saying he's incapable of doing that, or just
no?
You haven't experienced that.
I don't think that's how it works. I don't think he talks to us like we have natural revelation, special revelation, and then revelation that we mean to God.
Yeah, through revelations, I guess. So the reason I ask is because I find that a lot of Christians pick and choose what they want to believe, and through my spiritual journey, I questioned God quite a bit. But when God showed me academic, real life proof, I accepted that because that's where God sent me. I found that, despite whether it countered my current thinking or even if it countered the Bible, which God explained to me why some of reality counters the Bible. So I'm just curious if you would keep an open mind about anybody who told you they spoke to God, and or if you would just deny His word because you disagree.
Yeah, I would think they're crazy.
So you think people that talk to God are crazy? Well, didn't Jesus talk to God, and didn't all kinds of people in the Bible talk to God?
Well, praying is talking to God. Like, it's one thing like to talk to God, but to think that God is like talking back to you and like with a voice or something, that's crazy.
Well, not a voice, just an internal communication. So you don't believe that anybody has ever gotten word from God outside of the people that are in the Bible?
Yeah, I trust like the people in the Bible are the prophets. So if I want to know God, I go to the prophets and Christ and what the Bible says. I don't go to what some guy who goes, God had this voice and it told me this, and so you should believe this. I would just ignore that person.
Okay, I just think that doesn't the Bible say that God can appear in any kind of form, in any kind of vessel?
Sure.
So then, doesn't that counter what you're saying right now? If the Bible says that God can appear in any vessel, I would assume that He can communicate through that vessel.
Sure.
Okay. So if I told you that I've had an 8-year relationship with God, and God revealed to me His plan, it's very simple. It's nothing crazy. I'm definitely not a crazy person. I am very successful in life. I'm a teacher. I'm a retired Marine. I'm a father, husband, just an average guy. I just had a very close relationship with God, and I asked Him lots of questions, and He directed me to answers. So if I told you what God's plan was, would you completely dismiss it if it was opposite to what you think, or would you keep an open mind and ask questions and think critically about it?
I would just ignore everything you say.
Oh, okay. All right, cool, man. Have a good day then.
All right. I wish you well.
You too.
That was odd.
Pretty odd. Do you accept God as your creator?
Hey, Precept, how are you, dude?
Oh, I've got a lot of emotional people today. It's been very stressful.
Look, you've got another emotional person here now.
Oh my gosh. Never ending.
What's going on anyway? I see that it's been quite stressful for you here.
Yeah, like objectively, I present an objective proof. These people say, I want to believe in God. And then I try to present my proof, and they become so stubborn and obstinate. And all of a sudden, like, what the one guy didn't, I was like, is one have different properties than two? And he couldn't understand what I was talking about or something. Like, I was like, like 1 + 1 + 2 = 3 is like too much for him or something.
Right. I would have just asked, does 1 = 2? Maybe that would have been a bit clearer for him. I'm not sure.
Oh, that's a good idea. That's a good way to put it. Yeah.
Well, you know that we disagree on many things. I'm not sure. I just wanted to come up and say what's up.
Oh, that's that it? All right. Well.
All right. Catch you later, dude.
Have a good one.
Why can't we have more people like that?
Robbie's a funny guy. He appreciates my humor. Even though we disagree on God, which is fine. I don't have to agree with everyone. It's just.
Oh, is he an atheist?
Yeah, he's an atheist, but it's fine. Like, I don't have to agree with everyone. It's just, I just get annoyed when like people try to, they contradict themselves, they lie, they don't answer questions. Like, that's the annoying thing. Not that they disagree. Welcome. Oh, this guy's like lagging out. Looks like.
Hello.
Welcome.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Are you? Okay, yeah, I heard you. Can you hear me?
Yep. Looked like you were having some lag.
Obviously, I'm a first timer.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
I just wanted to check on some definitions. Definition for reality and definition for God.
Reality? I mean, I'm not really good with definitions. I don't know. It's just reality is like what the state of affairs, in an external
Okay.
world.
Actually, may I clarify that? Capital R reality, that is absolute, supreme, ever-present
Ultimate
reality, capital R. As
Ultimate
opposed
reality.
to subjective little r relative reality, what is the eternal, supreme, absolute reality?
Oh, I would say it's the Christian God.
Okay, of course I would expect that from you. So now you have that word symbol, God, G-O-D. How do you define God?
Like the necessary mind, the creator of all things.
Okay, cool. And how is God different from capital R reality?
How is he different?
How is it different from, how is pure universal consciousness, birthless, deathless, ever presence, how is that different from capital R reality?
Because we believe in a creator creature distinction. So capital R reality would be part of like creation, and God would be that which is uncreated.
Okay, capital R reality, however, is birthless and deathless. It is pre-creation, pre-time space.
Wait, hold on. I'm getting confused now. I just made a mistake there. What was the question again? Ask me a question. I was thinking lowercase reality, and you said capital R, so I got confused.
Very good, excellent, excellent. Really powerful distinction that is rarely made in dialogue, but it actually assists us in determining who has had an experience of awakening beyond the limited time-space ego.
I would say ultimate reality. That's how I would use instead of capital R. I would say
Perfect. I like it. Yeah. Let us clarify our terms and labels as we go. Absolutely. That's the way to have an intelligent dialogue.
So what was your question? I said God's ultimate reality, and then what was your question after that? Again, like the difference between God and ultimate reality? What? No, he's the same. That'd be the same thing.
Well, exactly. Or let me put it this way: do you draw a distinction between that which you refer to as God and that which is ultimate, birthless, deathless, ever-present reality?
No, God is ultimate reality.
Thank you. Thank you. So, is there a distinction between God and reality?
That's lowercase reality, yes.
No. I'm talking capital. I'm still in the capitals here. Capital G, God, and capital R, reality.
No.
Excellent. Now, is that a little bit, just out of curiosity, is that a little bit clarifying for you? To be able to cognize that when we're talking about the real God, what we're actually referring to is capital R reality, the infinite pure awareness, birthless, deathless, timeless, spaceless, ever present, the all embracing, all pervading one. Okay. This is the real God and the real reality.
Right.
Okay. So Yeshua, Jesus, and the Father are one. So let us assume that when he says the Father, or that when he's alleged to have referred to the Father, the Ava, that he was referring to capital R, omniconscious, ever-present, universal, eternal reality, the one from which all springs, which all is a fractal holographic expression of in this quantum unified reality. And everything is intrinsically indivisible and eternally one in this holy reality.
No.
Pardon?
Everything isn't one in the
at that level of reality, before the fall, before the ego's self-manifestation, before the creation or perception of separation, which is the universe that the ego has created and projects from.
Dude,
the separative
you
ego.
sound like a lot of new age crap. Like, do you have a point? Can you get to your point?
Okay, so you did kind of throw me off with the new age crap thing, because define New Age? I mean, you're very immature if that's the way you're going to communicate.
I don't know how to describe it. Like when those people talk about like rocks and frequencies and vibrations and
Okay, well, you know what? There's fringe elements in Christianity. There's fringe elements in every ideology. There's fringe elements in the Republicans. There's fringe elements in politics, fringe elements in religion. There's fringe elements in everything. But what the New Age offers, and again, it's just a label. The media has labeled it New Age. Okay, well, let's go with that because we kind of know what we're talking about. But there's obviously a very different perspective of a person who is raised in the Christian religion and a person who was raised outside of it as an atheist. Obviously, very different perspectives and takes on life. Now, they're both limited subjective ego perspectives because neither of these are communicating from the eternal, holy, one, capital R reality. That is the true God, the nameless God, the infinite eternal God, the God of names.
What's your religion? What's your religion? Are you an atheist?
Realitarianism, realitarianism.
Okay.
Staying with the real and not getting pulled off into subsets of reality.
Yeah, but how would you know reality if it doesn't reveal itself?
I did have a near-death experience, and it took me out of my body, beyond my body, to one point where a voice said to me, "You're leaving your body behind."
Well, thanks
Are you ready for that?
I wish you well.
You guys can.
Wow.
Yeah, people are really.
It's like two people in a row that like God's talking to me and he has this message. Like, what is this?
Yeah, I'm not sure if that dude was being serious about a near-death experience or he was just experiencing with psychedelics, but that didn't seem like serious at all.
Well, even a near-death experience, you're not really dead because I think there's a difference between like clinical death and actual death where you're like dead for a month or something. So I don't know. Do you believe in near-death experiences? I don't really take that. Because I could see like the brain kind of doing weird things when it's close to death.
I don't know. I'm kind of on the edge about like some. They do kind of get me.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. Like, should we? I would say it depends.
Well, I'm not saying you don't. You're free to do what you want, but like.
Right.
For
Me personally, I do kinda.
Yeah.
But like, it depends on like the context of it.
Yeah.
Like for example.
But like. If a Muslim might have a near-death experience where they see Allah, right?
Right.
But that can't be correct, right? So, I don't know.
Because I think Satan, if God could pull us into if God can pull us into an understanding through a near-death experience, I think Satan could try to distort that.
Yeah.
And like you just made a perfect example. Like a Muslim thinking that they saw Allah. Like I would say that would be like a distortion.
See, I've had sleep paralysis, and people, when they have sleep paralysis, they report, this is like something that's been studied by science, and they report seeing like people in the room, like a shadow person. And this happened to me where it's like you wake up and you can sort of move your eyes and look around the room you're in, but you can't move anything in your body. You can't even like
Yeah,
talk.
me too.
And I've seen like shadow people, and like science is going to say that you're experiencing like a hallucination, and there's like chemicals or whatever they'll explain. But that's just because they're looking at it with a natural paradigm. If you have a paradigm where demons are real, I mean, it seems like a demonic encounter. It feels like a demonic encounter. So while that doesn't, because of the problem of underdetermination of data, this is why we got to talk about precept. Because in a Christian paradigm, sleep paralysis would make sense as like a demonic attack. That would be consistent with the Christian paradigm. However, in a natural paradigm, you wouldn't explain it as a demonic attack. So you'd have the scientific explanation, which is that like when you wake up, you're still dreaming on top of reality or something like that. So I don't know. The problem with that as an explanation is people report seeing like the same type of entity in their room. Like they report between 1 and 5. It takes like 5 forms. Like one's like a tall, slender man. One's like an old hag. I can't remember them all now, but people report seeing a consistent like form it's one of these like 5 forms, like an old woman or a tall man. I can't remember the other forms. And why would there be this like consistent pattern like that? If I suppose they'd probably come up with some like evolutionary explanation or something, because our brains evolved that way to see this pattern. I don't know.
Yeah, I've had a crazy sleep paralysis experience as well, but I didn't like see any figures or anything like that. It was crazy though. It was wild. I couldn't move. My back was like, I could feel my back though. My back was super uncomfortable. And then I just like, I heard voices. Yeah.
Say when you sleep on your back, it's more likely. You heard voices. That's creepy. I never heard voices. And usually I wouldn't see anything. Usually I just couldn't move, but sometimes I would see a shadow person. And one time there was like 10 shadow people surrounding me.
Yeah, I literally heard voices, and it was people, sounded like literal humans in my bedroom talking about how they were going to unalive me. It was the craziest experience. And then I woke up.
Sounds like demons.
Right, and then I woke up and I checked my temperature and I had a fever of like 104. It was crazy. Like I was literally getting attacked.
I was just obsessed with like researching ghosts, paranormal demons. So I think the demon phenomena is real, although there are a lot of like fakes, obviously. But I think there's enough credible reports that I believe demons, like poltergeists and stuff like that is a real thing.
Right, and just to finish my thought real quick before you address this, but you talked about consistency. There's like these reports, like I don't advise this to anybody in the chat, but I think it's like Benadryl or something. If you like take enough Benadryl, you'll start to hallucinate. And there's consistent reports of at a certain number that you take, you see a man with a hat, like with glowing red eyes. It's crazy. I'm glad that you brought that up. Like, it's not just like one person experiencing these things. Like, it's consistent throughout all the people that do it.
That's weird.
Yeah, it's actually crazy.
Welcome, Rye. Do you accept God as your creator?
Who?
God.
Sorry, that was a bad joke. My apologies. No.
No? Why not?
Because he's not real.
He's not real? How did you determine that?
29 years of trying to find him.
Okay, but it doesn't seem like you have a real rational reason to deny him.
No, okay. So my rational reason to deny him is the fact that the Bible contradicts itself in several ways. Also, it doesn't support me, so why would I support it? It's pro-slavery. I'm not. I mean...
Are you pro-forgiveness?
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, there you go. The Bible says to love everyone.
It also says enslave your neighbors.
Do you think it's loving to enslave your neighbors?
No, that's why I don't get why God told the Israelites to do that.
Is it possible your interpretation is wrong?
No.
No. Okay. Well, I don't know. It doesn't. I mean, Jesus said to love everyone, including your neighbors, and owning someone as property is not, to me, like a loving relationship, right? So, I
Well,
don't
that's
see
your
how you.
personal opinion. No offense. You don't speak for God.
Right, but do you know about Frederick Douglass?
Oh, I've heard about this, but my memory, I've got ADHD and my short-term memory is practically non-existent. Would you mind explaining?
Sure. Hold on,
Or I can Google it real quick and be back in 15 seconds.
need to find it. I have notes about it. Well, he was like a. Dang it! I can't find my notes. Oh, here it is. Okay, so Frederick Douglass, he was born into the unimaginable suffering of slavery. He was stripped of his identity, dignity, and freedom. Yet
Okay.
even in the darkest days of his bondage, he found hope in the teachings of Christianity. His faith was not merely a set of doctrines, it was a lifeline that sustained him when all else seemed lost. Could you
Yeah,
imagine?
I don't discount that. I don't So I don't have a religion, but I respect religion for what it does for people. Just because I don't agree with you doesn't mean I'm not going to let somebody else do what makes them live a better life in their eyes and for society. That doesn't bother me at all. It bothers me that
So,
he had to go through that hardship, but
yeah.
the fact that he relied on religion, that doesn't bother me, and I don't think that's a counterpoint to what I'm saying. Like, I get it. I really do.
Well, the counterpoint is that, like, because of his faith in Christianity, he believed that we're made in the image of God. And the entailment of being made in the image of God is that we're all worthy of freedom and that no one deserves the horrible, cruel treatment of slavery. And so he used that as an inspiration to fight for social justice. And it was through the lens of Christianity that he condemned the hypocrisy of slaveholders who claim to be Christian while perpetuating cruelty, because it's not very Christian like to be cruel to other human beings.
Right. So I completely understand what you're saying, but
Mhm.
this is a person who is affected by a doctrine trying to do something that he sees as right. This isn't God.
Well, but the thing is, like, he was actually born as a slave and he experienced, like, the worst, unimaginable suffering as a result of, and he even lived in he knew that the churches at that time were supporting, like, the horrible actions of the slaveholders. But the churches in England were not. In England, the Christians were denouncing that, and there were
Hold up, hold up,
abolitionists in
hold up,
America.
hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up. There is a difference there because there was a schism in England because England is not Catholic, Protestant, this, that, and the other. England is Anglican. They are a Christian religion of their own.
Hmm. And the Christian religion in England was fighting against slavery, right? And so Douglas pointed
Yeah,
that out.
there was a law in England where if you were a slave and you put one foot on English soil, you were free.
He thought that the Christians in America were hypocrites because the Bible would condemn their actions, right? So do you disagree with him?
No.
Well, there we go.
But
So it's not really,
I don't understand how you can argue that when Frederick Douglass is arguing against the validity of the text you support. Like he's
no,
using
he was a
ethics.
Christian.
Hold on. He's using Christian ethics, like the meaning of like be a good neighbor, the golden rule, treat people how you wanted to be treated, all that stuff. But he is saying God is wrong And I don't
No.
understand how you can support that.
You think he believed God is wrong?
I mean, he fought for what he did, yeah.
No, he said that the Christians in England were correct and that Christianity would condemn and make hypocrites out of the Christians in America who were doing those horrible things.
Oh, sure. Yeah, okay.
So the
I can
Bible
concede to
doesn't...
that. I'll take the L.
Wow. No way.
I misunderstood you. You're right. I completely agree. Yeah.
Well, I disagree with... I agree with Douglas. I think the Bible condemns that action, and I think it's
I
important.
was saying I agree with you.
Mm. Well, that's why I think, like, that's part of the reason I think the Bible's important, because I think slavery is bad. And I think freedom's a good thing, and I think freedom is a Christian value. And if we reject Christianity, then we lose that value. That would be
Okay,
bad.
so what about stoning people for working on Sundays?
Yeah, but that's the Old Testament law. That's not... We don't follow the Old Testament. Like, Christians don't do that. That doesn't happen.
So you only read half the Bible?
No. And if you read Hebrews 8:13, it talks about, like, here, maybe we get that one.
Sorry, so you just let me understand here. You don't believe in Genesis.
No.
You don't believe in Exodus.
I believe
You
in
don't believe in Deuteronomy.
You're strawmanning me.
No, you said you don't believe in the Old Testament.
No. Hebrews 8:13, which is a part of the Old Testament. A new covenant he hath made, the first old. Now that which decayeth and waxeth old is ready to vanish away. What's a better, like? And speaking of a new covenant, he make the first one obsolete, and what is becoming obsolete and growing old is ready to vanish away. Right? So the Old Testament represents the old covenant. Those laws are part of the old covenant. And we have a new covenant in Christ. And we're commanded in Romans 13, it says exactly what we're supposed to do here. Romans 13, he said at the end that love fulfills the law. Jesus fulfills the law. Paul says, let no debt remain outstanding except the continuing debt to love one another. For whoever loves others has fulfilled the law. The commandments, you shall not commit adultery, you shall not commit murder, you shall not steal, you shall not covet, and whatever other command there may be are summed up in this one command. Love your neighbor as yourself. Love does no harm to a neighbor. Therefore, love is the fulfillment of the law. And so we're to love our neighbor as ourselves. So owning someone as property is not loving your neighbor as yourself. If we're to take someone in or something, we would treat them as, like, they'd be treated as family. These people were treated as family. There's a part in the Old Testament where a slave is going to inherit the estate of the master because the master didn't have any children. So
okay. Before you go on too much longer, I would just like to audibly applaud you. You actually just taught me something. That was kind of impressive, and thank you.
You're welcome.
Keep going.
Well, that's how I see it. Like, I don't know. This is... I don't really see in ancient Israel that they were commanded to love one another. Like the slaves had rights and they were treated well. But of course, because of the reality of humans, some humans are nasty, and there were probably Israelites that did, treat people badly. But that would have been looked down upon in their society. They wouldn't tolerate stuff like that. You were not allowed to abuse people.
So can I ask you a personal question?
Sure.
So when you think about, like, Judaism, do you see people who follow Judaism as people that are, like, following the old version of the faith? Or do you count them as a completely separate group of people?
No, they would
and I'm
just
not
be...
trying to, like, put you in a box here. I'm genuinely curious on your opinion.
Well, it's just like Jesus would be like a new revelation or something like that. And so they would just be people who don't accept the revelation of Christ, I guess. And we actually interpret the Old Testament differently because we interpret through the lens of Christ's revelation. So there's a little bit of differences, but I would just say they're people who reject Christ's revelation, but they have the Old Testament. They have Abraham and Moses.
Okay, so then in that case, that makes sense. I'll take it. So in that case, when Jesus brought forth the new covenant, um, was Jesus still Jewish, or was he, when he did that, like consciously being a new thing, like the first Christian?
That's a good question. I mean, he was definitely Jewish. And what the Bible says they were first called Christian in Antioch, I think.
Antioch.
So I'm not sure. I wouldn't know how to answer that. I don't know when you distinguish. When did they break apart?
No, yeah, I think that's getting a little meta, so we can just leave that there.
Yeah. But that's a good question. I'm not really a Bible scholar. I just like an apologist. I do like the transcendental argument for God. So it's
Hey,
kind
dude,
of
keep fighting your good fight.
right. Like, you've been very respectful, and I appreciate the conversation. Usually we have a lot of people who are very immature, and it's very frustrating. But you've actually been very nice, so I commend you for that.
Well, the thing is even though I'm not necessarily agreeing with you, if I'm
Mhm.
screaming at you and I'm trying to convince you to join my team, this conversation's going to go nowhere.
Well, we don't have to agree. I enjoy disagreement, but
No, that's what I'm saying. We can agree to disagree and have a good conversation about it.
I think we can agree on like the message in the Bible. I think there's a message of like don't persecute others, don't oppress people. So there's like it's like sort of a social justice message that you hear today about outcast groups in society shouldn't be treated as less than or other, right? I think we can all agree on that.
No one
I
should be
think
treated like a second-class citizen.
exactly. And I think
Yeah.
there's a message like in the Bible that would say something similar. So I think there's a lot of like agreement to be had, like, and forgiveness is good.
Yeah, honestly, when I left traditional religious thought altogether, I, like, from a personal view, I looked into all the religions, all the philosophies. I didn't study them, I don't know them, but I looked into them, and kind of where I fell was into Buddhism, because Buddhism is a secular religion, or it's not a religion, it's a secular philosophy. So it's a way of being. Like when you hear about there being Buddhist gods, they're not. There are other things that people call gods. Anyways.
I would agree.
And it just is this very human way of being that teaches people how to be good, or like respect goodness, or understand it, internally and externally. And then when I took that back to like learning about religions, I was like, wait a minute, I don't need to like hate the concept of religion, because like even though I don't agree with it, like the dogma and like the just things I don't believe in, I don't have to hate it, because there's a lot of, message, stories, philosophy, ethics that religion teaches us. And I'm not going to force anyone to think the way I do, because the way I think makes my life a lot harder. So I'm happy that, people find a solid ground to stand on. If I can ask anybody for anything, it's just don't be so comfortable you stop asking questions.
Well, I would agree with that. I think God gave us a reason, our thinking, the ability to think, and that when we think and we reason, we use logic, we're honoring God, we're giving God glory, I think. And so, yeah, I think we have more we agree than probably we disagree. But obviously, I think Christianity is true. I think it's objectively provable. And you are a fool for denying it. No offense.
I appreciate your opinion, but there's what is it? It's something's razor, and
Occam's razor. Yeah, I've heard that.
well, I think Occam's razor or there's two razors. One of them is about like the obvious thing is true, but there's another one. Oh, Pascal's wager, not razor. Pascal's wager.
Okay.
Where essentially the question is, do you believe in God? Yes or no? No? Okay. What if you're wrong? So then that answer changes to yes. I don't want to be forced into a way of thinking because of fear.
Right.
So I'm an agnostic atheist. I'm an atheist because I don't believe in God, but I'm an agnostic because I'm open-minded about it. If God shows up tomorrow or someone shows up with proof, I am dropping to my knees immediately.
I don't think you should be a Christian because of fear, but I think it is something to consider that if it's true, when you unalive, you'll be like eternally separated from God if you don't repent. And it's probably won't be a good thing. So I don't know. It's something I think to consider.
But what about all the people that lived before Jesus?
Yeah, that's a good question. So we don't really, the Bible doesn't really tell us specifically like who gets eternal life and who doesn't, but it does tell us that God's impartial, which means he's fair and that he's wise. And he loves us. So I just trust that he'll make a good decision about like he knows what to do. And ultimately the message is that he loves us and there is a plan for redemption, that there'll be a world without suffering and death and all that. So
Okay, so I'll take this up another notch. Same question, just more intense. So I'm pretty sure the Bible says somewhere that if you reject the message of the Lord, then you're essentially fucked. So once you have the knowledge of the Lord, you have to believe in him or you're going to hell. So my question is, doesn't it seem like the spread of Christianity should have been stopped because it seems like we are teaching more people about Christ, therefore increasing their likelihood to go to hell?
no, because I don't think it's necessarily about knowledge. It's about like your heart. It's about having love.
You can't
God's
tell me
love.
someone knows Jesus Christ or the concepts of Christianity directly. They might have feelings that are related to it, but you can't tell me someone understands Christianity until it was explained to them or brought to them.
Right, which is why like everyone has false beliefs. There's not one person on the planet who like all their everything they know is true or something. Like everyone has a false belief. So I don't think God's going to judge us on like what we believe or what we know. Like he might, what we know or what we believe, he might take into consideration. Like he might expect someone who has a greater knowledge of him, he might expect more, right? From someone who has a lesser knowledge. But
absolutely, I believe that's what it says. It's like the more, like,
yeah,
I'm pretty sure, like
to
the
whom much
Pope,
is
if the
given, much
Pope
is
screwed up,
expected.
he would be in deep doo-doo.
Yes. Yeah, it says to whom much is given, much is expected. So then it would follow like if less is given, less is expected.
Right, it's kind of like the bigger they
right.
are, the harder they fall kind of situation.
He's gonna like judge us on loving others and like the love in our heart. And Jesus is sort of like the example of like how we love God and how we love others. And so it's like a knowledge of love that so it's really about like spreading love in the world. That's what it's like supposed to be. And I know it doesn't, corruption happens and it's not perfect, but the Holy Spirit finds a way despite our human limitations.
Sorry, I'm just chewing on that.
Yeah, may I add something real quick?
Yeah, I'm gonna mute. You go for it. I've been taking the stage.
Oh no, you're fine. You're fine. But basically, I would say, just to add on to that, God judges us based on like what we know, not what we don't know. So like, say someone who, and this is to my understanding of what the Bible teaches. Precept said it nicely. Like, to much that like have people that have the knowledge, more is expected from them. And I would say like about the thing like people don't believe in Jesus, you know, they're in deep shit. I would say it's more than just like believing. It's really like, so say someone has the gospel presented to them, and instead of putting their faith and like repenting, putting their faith in Jesus and repenting, they're just like acknowledging the fact that Jesus existed and that he was God. I don't think that's fully accepting Christ and the salvation that he's offering. I think salvation is basically a gift. It's not something that we can earn, but it's something that is being offered. And in order to accept that, to my understanding, we need to like repent and put our faith in Jesus.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
And I think Jesus, I think we're all going to be judged based on our faith. And of course,
Don't you think it's going to include our hearts?
Yeah, that's a good point.
The Egyptians weighed the weight of the heart against the weight of a feather.
We're commanded to love, so he's going to judge like how much love did we love God? Did we love others? I think that's what I think.
So if I don't believe in a higher power, but we're all energy, the universe made us all, we're all patterns of things. If I can appreciate the universe I come from and I do my damnedest to be a good person, love, try to be there for people, try to support people, try to do the right thing, even though, let's say, I am equally comparable to the most devout Christian in terms of goodness, the simple fact that I don't believe in God screws me.
Well, the simple fact that you got God offered to you, and you've had the knowledge explained to you, and instead of accepting the evidence and the proof that was offered to you, you like stray away from that. I think that's
so I was condemned, is what you're telling me.
Well, like
by being taught this knowledge,
I don't choose who goes to heaven or hell, but I'm pretty sure the Bible says to those who like don't put their faith in Jesus, they stand condemned already. Like those who have got it offered to them, explained.
That's my point.
Yeah, I gotta
I
run.
don't think I should have.
Sorry, I have to end this. I have to end it. I have to go. Sorry.
Okay, God bless you.
All right, Priest. Have a good one. Y'all are the shit. Thanks for the good combo.